Hello, cinephiles, and welcome to another Sunday live stream where we're going to talk about the award season in general for films and try to get a handle on this wacky, crazy race as it has turned into. Just a reminder that I will be going live Tuesday morning at around 8 a.m., and that will be for the official release of the Oscar nominations. I'm sure it'll be a fun time where many things will be said, many tears will be shed, and it will be a wonderful time for all of us. Hello to Dory. Hello to Dr. David. I also see iHeart Movies in the chat. Got in the chat early. I always like to see that. I hope you all have had a wonderful weekend, and I hope you're ready to talk about some Oscar nomination predictions. We're also going to be talking, Dr. David, I know you mentioned this as well in a comment. You wanted me to speak on Licorice Pizza, having seen it on Friday. I also saw Jackass Forever on Friday, and I saw a South African film, this morning, which was their country's entry for the Oscars this year. So I can also speak on that a bit. But of course, we are going to be starting off with and spending a lot of time on the Oscar nominations. So, hello to everyone. Let's get into this. Ooh, looks like we got a few more viewers. If you're new here, please get in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know where you're from. Let me know what you think the best movie of 2021 was. And, just come on and hang out with us. Sorry, I forgot some of my social shout-outs. There is a Discord link down below. If you want to keep chatting about movies with myself and some other members of the Cinematech community, you can do that there. I have a TikTok, but I'm going to be shutting that down pretty soon, probably tomorrow. It's not great for my mental health, as I've found out. And there's also Twitter and some other things in there, Letterboxd, for my very short reviews that I try to make funny and sometimes succeed. Looks like we also have Joseph here. Nice to catch you live. Recently discovered your vids. Well, thank you very much for coming and hanging out. It's good to have you here. We also got Darius, and looks like we got E.K. Hampton, or Eek. I'm going to call you Eek if that's okay. Saying that Don't Look Up movie of 2021. It certainly was a much talked about film in 2021, and the fact that it came at the very end of the year, it's on everyone's mind. We also got Dory here saying that the best movie was Cyrano and that they loved it. So that's pretty cool. Hey, we got Landon Talbot here. Yo, Josh is in. What up? This is great. I did a live stream on Friday, and we got not nearly this many people, so this is always good to see. Samuel, hello. My goodness, I don't even know what to do. Let's keep this energy going for the rest of award season. Let's keep this viewership high, and don't forget to like the video. It helps it get out into the world, and when I say video, of course, I mean live stream. We want to get as many people in here as we possibly can. So a reminder to all you coming in late, I will be live streaming Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. for the Oscar nominations. The actual nomination ceremony starts at 8:18. That's what they literally said. They are going to be getting that whole thing going at 8:18 specifically, Eastern Standard Time. Real weird. But we're going to be there for that. I'm going to be there for that. We're going to be there for that. Dune is my favorite, and I think will be relevant 25 years from now. Agreed. All right. So we're going to be going through every single Oscar category, all 23 of them, and we're going to be figuring out who we think has the best shot. I'm going to be leaving the big categories till the end, as it should be. Best Picture always goes last. And don't forget to vote for the TJ Awards. Oh yeah, thank you, Dory. I forgot about that. But I guess as we move over to Internet View, you will see this information in the bottom part of the screen. The Cinematech Film Awards nomination link is in the description. Go down there, nominate your favorite films from 2021. I'll be tallying those up in about a week from now, I think, or maybe no, 2 weeks from now. I can't really remember, but you have the information is on the nomination ballot. Let me know what you thought were some of the best films of 2021 in a number of categories, and then we will decide at the Cinematech Film Awards which films reign supreme. So if you've always been a bit annoyed about how the Oscars or other award shows don't award your favorite films, now is your chance to actually make a difference. Oh, and Joseph asking if these are head or heart predictions. These are head predictions that are going to be based off of a lot of different data that we've been accumulating, specifically the nominations from specific guilds and communities of people inside the film industry who will be voting in large blocks on the nominations themselves. And it's okay that you haven't seen the shorts. I'm assuming that most people haven't. I certainly have not. I usually wait until those are actually released because trying to watch all of the big short films from any given year in advance is ridiculously hard. Like you really need to be going to like just film festivals all over the world, especially like especially Cannes and TIFF and Nashville, a bunch of different ones. Shorts come out of all places. It's really, really hard to see them before they actually get in, before they're nominated. So we'll talk about that a bit. And we're actually going to start off with the best live action short. Yeah, and Dr. David here puts it very succinctly. We're going to be talking about what will be nominated, not what should be nominated, although I might sneak that in once or twice. Hoping my school doesn't have us doing that much at the beginning so I can watch the nominations. Yeah, please stop by. And also I like what Landon here is saying on a couple of things. I think Licorice Pizza is going to overperform and Belfast is going to underperform. I agree with Belfast. I think Licorice Pizza will probably do okay, but it depends because a lot of these, now that I've seen Licorice Pizza, I'm getting the feeling that a lot of these categories that I thought were perhaps had like a clear front runner don't anymore. So we will see. And do you prefer Eek or Hampton? Because I do like calling out names when I see them. But you're asking, will Kristen Stewart make it? We'll discuss that when we get to that category. But I don't think it's looking very good for her. So starting off with best live action short, I'm going to be switching back and forth between the Variety. Variety has a prediction thing for all of the awards, and so does Gold Derby. So we're going to be going back and forth between these and looking at the commonalities and trying to figure out if there's patterns here. And then when necessary, we're also going to be looking at, the SAG nominations, the DGA nominations, the Cinematographer Guild, all of the award ones. We're all going to be looking at that, and I'll be keeping an eye on chat as well. So starting off with Variety and what they're saying about best live action short, they have The Long Goodbye, When the Sun Sets, Under the Heavens, El Cachu, Take and Run, and Censor of Dreams. And two of these, I thought for a second, I thought this was the same director right here, Salud Morissette. But no, it's just the distributor. So the only thing I really know about these top 5 films here is that The Long Goodbye stars Riz Ahmed, and he is, I wouldn't call him an Oscar darling at this point, but we love Riz Ahmed on this channel, so I'm happy to see that that's in number 1. Once again, I don't really know anything about these 5 films, so we're basically just going to be relying on the Variety and Gold Derby top 5s in order to try to figure out if this is what we can expect. And if you've seen any of these, please let me know, and you can you can tell us all about it. I Heart Movies asking, I believe, if you should watch Licorice Pizza tomorrow. Yeah, probably. So yeah, let's take a look at what Gold Derby is saying here for the top 5. We also have When the Sun Sets and The Long Goodbye, but their positions are switched. We also have a different film here, Television, Censor of Dreams, and Frimus. So we have different top 5s, but it looks like based on the 2 of them, we can I think we can safely probably say that When the Sun Sets, The Long Goodbye, and Censor of Dreams will be nominated. And I'm not really seeing Enter the Heavens and Take and Run. I'm not really seeing them here. Okay, Under the Heavens is down here. Take and Run is right there at number 9. So then where is Television and Frimus in this one? Frimus and Television. So it seems like Frimus is the most likely number 4 pick based on their positions here, and Television is likely the number 5. So that would give us The Long Goodbye, When the Sun Sets, Censor of Dreams, Frimus, and Television as our top 5 for best live action film. Unfortunately, I can use no other data to judge these. So that's about all we can go on. We have here people saying, Landon saying, yeah, Riz is great. Darius saying When the Sun Sets will win. Have you seen it? Or are you basing that off of maybe stuff that you've heard in the industry? I don't know where people are from and what they do in the industry, or if they're in the industry at all. Dory reminding us that Riz Ahmed in Encounter was terrible. Hey, everyone puts up a lemon, you know. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. But Dory has pretty good taste in films, usually. Let's see. All right, so I think we can probably just move on from this. I'm going to try to go through the short films, like, really quickly. Also, you can call me Ella, since I know my username is quite long. Ella. Very simple. Thank you very much for letting me know. So let's move on to Best Documentary Short, and I'll just scroll up here. Hopefully these are all in the same order. Oh, they are. Excellente. So now this is something we can get into a little bit. Once again, I've seen none of these for Best Documentary Short, but the distributors can tell us a lot about what is getting pushed. Oh, and actually I have seen one of these. Haha. I'm a good film person. So for Variety, for Best Documentary Short, we're looking at Audible, The Queen of Basketball, Terror Contagion, which is a short film I've already seen, Coded, The Hidden Love of J.C. Leyendecker, and The Facility. The Facility? Yeah, The Facility. I was a big fan of the film The Faculty when I was in high school, so for a second I was like, ooh, maybe it's a short documentary about the making of The Faculty, but no, that doesn't make any sense. And let's take a look at Gold Derby as well. So just right off the top, they have Terror Contagion at number 5, so that's an overlap. 3 songs for Benazir, which is not in this one, I believe. Although I have heard 3 songs for Benazir in other places. But it's it's listed at number 14 at Variety. That's interesting. The Queen of Basketball overlaps. Coded overlaps. When We Were Bullies does not. When We Were Bullies is here number 6. So that probably ends up being the number 5 pick overall. And then Terror Contagion. So the ones that fully overlap, that are in the top 5 for both, are The Queen of Basketball, Coded, and Terror Contagion. Queen of Basketball, Terror Contagion, and Coded. And then I think We Were Bullies is probably then the number 4 film. And then, see, this is weird because the number 1 film in both only appears in the top 5 on one. So Audible's down here at 7, number here. And then what's the number 1 up here was 3 songs for Benazir, which is way down here in like 13th, I believe it was, or 14th. So I'm thinking that Audible probably gets in, which would mean for this category, I'd be saying Audible, Queen of Basketball, Terror Contagion, Coded, and When We Were Bullies, and The Facility drops out. So I feel pretty safe saying that. Maybe The Facility is a documentary about the best level in GoldenEye. If that is the case, then sign me up all the way. Put that in first goddamn place. That would be wonderful. And they just have the facility music playing underneath the whole thing. Amazing. Darius here is also saying that Audible will win. Have you seen it? And tell me why you think that. Queen of Basketball, I've seen it's on YouTube. Okay, so that actually brings me back to the distributors here and what they might be able to tell us. The New York Times had a film in the short documentary section in the last Oscars. I remember that. I believe it was the one about the kid who was writing like operas and having it performed out in like Los Angeles or San Francisco. I can't remember the name. But we also have Netflix here, who did very well last year with the best animated short film, I believe. And they usually always pick up like a pretty good documentary to push for this. I think they almost always have one nominated, and Audible being here makes a lot of sense. And then Terror Contagion had a bit of an interesting release, which is why I actually I was able to see it. It was part of a compilation film that Neon put out, and it was all different short films that were created during the pandemic about the experience of the pandemic mostly. Terror Contagion was a bit different because it wasn't specifically related to the pandemic, but more a new way of looking at how surveillance states kind of work. You can check the trailer out online. It's a bit complicated, but it's also an interesting way of looking at how people, journalists specifically, are starting to map the way that governments use surveillance to monitor people, basically. If I'm remembering it correctly, I think that's pretty much how it works. So what else do we got in here? All right, I think that's probably good enough for this one. Say an Audible, Queen of Basketball, Terror Contagion, Coded, and When We Were Bullies. Simple. Simple. So next, let's go to Best Animated Short, which is typically an award that goes to the short that preceded the Pixar film. So Best Animated Short, let's take a look at what we got first for variety. We have Namu, Us Again, Red Robin, Bestla, and The Musician. I'm guessing Us Again here by Walt Disney Studios is... Would that have been the one that came before Encanto? Because I don't think that's the one that came before Luca, although I'm not totally sure. Someone in the chat, please correct me. Dr. David saying, I think Day of Rage could be in the conversation, for which I don't see it listed here, so it must have been for Best Documentary Short. What makes you think that it might be in contention? While I'm waiting for that, let's take a look at the Gold Derby top 5. We have Us Again, Red Robin, The Windshield Wiper, Step Into the River, and Only a Child. So actually not a lot of overlap here. Us Again is in both. Red Robin is in both. Sorry for going back and forth like this, and if it's annoying. Step Into the River, my memory is just so bad, and Only a Child. Yeah, so it's only Us Again and Red Robin that are in both lists. Namu is down here in 6th. And Bestla is down here in 11th. And The Musician is down here in 7th. So based on that, I would actually feel pretty comfortable going with the variety top 5. Unless there's something else here. We can take a look. So like, yeah, where's the windshield wiper? So it's over here, number 8. So that's probably too far out. Step Into the River is number 6. So that's pretty close. And Only a Child is down here in 14th, so we can probably ignore that one. So for this then, I'm thinking it's probably Us Again, Red Robin, Namu, Step Into the River, and The Musician. I think that probably works. I think that's good. Let me know if you guys have any other opinions on this. I'll just go to chat quickly. Ella's saying they've seen Us Again. Us Again will win. Very sad Disney short animated movie. It's always the sad ones. And to reiterate that, last year it was the animated film about the short animated film about kids getting shot in school that ended up winning, and that was a Netflix one, which you can still watch on Netflix, I'm sure, if you want to be sad. But yeah, I think the most socially relevant and sad short film tends to win here, unless there is a like Pixar short or a Disney short that can also have a very good shot. Us Again was before Raya. Thank you for that, Joseph. Because it's topical and the academies are all Democrats. Not all of them. Not all of them. I think when you start getting into the studio level people, like the people who are like business people, then I think you're starting to look at Republicans. And then there's also people who are Republicans that are in the academy, like Clint Eastwood as an example. Gina Carano, I don't even know if she's in the academy, but Clint Eastwood certainly is. And like, I think there's probably a lot more Republicans in Hollywood than we know about. They just don't really talk about it. I haven't seen any of the shorts, so I can't comment on these. Landon, no problem. We're just making our best guess for now because I haven't seen any of these either. The one that played before Encanto is called Far From the Tree, which is, yeah, not here at all, which is a surprise, honestly. Usually it's here. And I think, yeah, since it played in front of Encanto, I saw that in theaters, so I would have seen Far From the Tree, but I don't remember anything about it. So maybe that's why it's not here. Sorry, which one is a Disney Plus original? Us Again? In any case. Yes, if anything... Oh, yeah, Ella is talking about the film from last year that won. If Anything Happens, I Love You. That is the name of it. Thank you for that. All right, let's now... Okay, so that's all of the shorts done. I'm just going to go all the way up this thing. all the way up this tree in order because I think both Gold Derby and Variety are in that same order. So yeah, we're just going to keep it real nice and simple, which means, cinephiles, we are now on to a category where we have seen some of these gosh darn things. Best International Feature, also known as the Parasite Award, this year to be called most likely the Drive My Car Award. So let's say, oh, hello, Rocco. How are you? My cat's walking around complaining that he hasn't eaten yet, but he's been eating all day, so he's just kind of making noise for no reason. You know, cat stuff. So looking at this top 5 from Variety, we've got Drive My Car, Flee, The Worst Person in the World, A Hero, and The Hand of God. I've only seen 3 of these, being Drive My Car, Flee, and The Hand of God. Also looking at Gold Derby, we have Drive My Car, A Hero, The Worst Person in the World, Flee, and The Hand of God. So same 5 films, slightly different order, with Drive My Car being at the top of both of them. So I think it's fairly safe to say, based on that this is going to be our top 5. What we then have to start considering is what films have a shot at actually like sneaking in the back door, and which of these 5 films has the least amount of press around it going into this nomination, because those are the ones that typically are going to slip out. So in that case, like Drive My Car has been like the consensus #1 pick for a while now. Hand of God has also been in this conversation for a while, as has Worst Person in the World ever since it premiered at Cannes. And Flee has also been in this conversation. In fact, I released a video on Flee talking about how it will it could end up being nominated for 3 separate categories. And we'll get into the other categories a little bit later, which that then means that the one that we're looking at possibly slipping out is A Hero, which I've just started hearing about recently. I think it might have played at TIFF, but I can't remember. I didn't see it at TIFF in any case. And we've got some people here saying don't sleep on compartment number 6. I will be seeing that next week, as it will be playing at the Lightbox. So I'll finally be able to see it. I also know that coming out of Cannes, I believe, or maybe it was Venice, I'm Your Man was getting quite a bit of love. And I think some people in the chat here actually have said that I'm Your Man is quite good. It's a sci-fi German film. And also, I just want to give a special shout out right now to Lunana, Yak in the Classroom, which is a film that I have a review up for on this channel. It's from Bhutan, and they have like almost no film industry to speak of. I think there's only 2 cinemas in the entire country. But this film, Lunana, is actually really great. And I think if you actually have access to it, can actually see it, I think it's a great film to watch if you are, say, stuck inside, haven't been going out a lot because of the pandemic, because basically the whole film is shot like near the top of the Himalayan mountains, and so the landscapes are like breathtaking. But it looks like we have some more people here saying compartment number 6. Joseph's saying A Hero is on Prime, so super easy to see. All right, so that's always a good thing, and that goes that also goes the same for Hand of God. And I think the rest of these really haven't been like Drive My Car, Flee, and Worst Person in the World really haven't been released in a way that makes them accessible to everyone. But we shall see. We also have Dory here saying, I predict Flee will get shut out at the Oscars, meaning it's not going to get nominated or it's not going to win anything. And we also have Peter Puffer here saying, how about Parallel Mothers? I have not seen it. It doesn't even appear in this top 15. But if we look at Gold Derby, it may show up there. No. So it looks like Parallel Mothers is not even really in consideration based on a lot of this stuff. Oh, look at that. Lunana's here as well. That's great. That's awesome. I'm glad that people are actually seeing it and talking about it. Prayers for the Stolen is another one that might sneak in. Just speaking about something that has distribution that a lot of people would have seen. It is on Netflix, so that perhaps has a shot. In my mind, though, and this is just going off my own, like what I've seen and what I've seen be available. I don't have Amazon Prime, so that's the reason why I've missed A Hero so far. I think that A Hero probably has the most shot at slipping out of the top 5. Maybe it's Flee because maybe it doesn't get nominated because it is an animated film and voters will try and segment it into animated film. In which case, it sounds like, according to the chat, compartment number 6 seems to be the most likely to move up. I would love to see Lamb move up into the top 5, but I really don't see that happening. I will always cheer for a genre film to get into the top 5 and be nominated, but I don't think this year is going to be the year for that, unfortunately. So I think these top 5s we're looking at are pretty solid. I would expect perhaps a Hero or Flea to drop off and be replaced by Compartment Number 6, or yeah, I don't really have a great seventh option that might. I don't really have a good top 7 for this. So I think Compartment Number 6, based on what you have all said, and we will just have to wait and see on this one, because there isn't really a lot of other things that we can look at as far as nominations go. Like the BAFTAs. I mean, let's take a look at the BAFTAs. International film. I'm trying to remember what they put forward. Best film not in the English language. Excuse me. For 2021 was Drive My Car, Hand of God, Parallel Mothers, Petite Mem, and The Worst Person in the World. So the person who said Parallel Mothers before, oh, it's not on the short list. Okay. Good to know. And Petite Mem obviously is not eligible because Titan took its spot and didn't make it to the short list either, which is unfortunate. So we can't really use this, except that it reinforces that Drive My Car, Hand of God, and Worst Person in the World are going to be in the top 3. So yeah, I think that's about all we can say about this here. Yeah, and I'm just going to go back up to the top of the chat here because I think I missed quite a few of these, and I apologize for that. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that like Drive My Car is going to win and it's going to be an easy win. Yeah, for sure. I think Drive My Car is like the runaway winner. And there's also a shot that Drive My Car will get nominated for Best Picture, but we'll talk about that later. Joseph saying these 5 feel right. Prayers of the Stolen was too brutal to watch. Good to know. Why is Flea in for documentary, animated feature, and international film? Because it's all 3 of those. It's a documentary, it's an animated feature, and it's an international film, or a non-English language film. A Hero is also on Prime, so yeah, we covered that. I think Flea might get shut out of this category. And yeah, we have people talking about Parallel Mothers. Okay. And it looks like Joseph's also saying that these 5 are the safest. I tend to agree. I just think that a Hero or Flea might drop out, and we might get Compartment Number 6, or who knows, a sneaky 7th film. Looking forward to Petite Mem. Saw Portrait of a Lady on Fire twice this week, and it's the best film in the last 10 years. Oh, I agree. I would go so far as to say it's the best film of this current century. Portrait of a Lady on Fire to me is like an all-timer. You put together a list of the top 50 films of all time, Portrait of a Lady on Fire is going to be on it. Petite Mem is a bit different of a film because it's basically Celine Sciamma's like, there's a pandemic going on and I need to make a film in one location with the smallest amount of crew possible, and she basically just does her thing in those conditions, and what she's able to achieve is pretty great. It's not as like earth-shattering of a film as Portrait of a Lady on Fire, but it will leave you feeling things by the end. If you don't got tears coming to your eyes by the end, then you're a monster. TJ, don't watch Compartment Number 6 trailer going blind. Dory, it's already way too late for that. I've gone to a couple of cinemas where they have shown the trailer ahead of it, and yes. But I forget things really easily, so it's all right. I'll be fine. So let's now move on to Best Documentary Feature, which I've only seen I've seen 2 of the top 5 as far as I can recall, but let's actually take a look and see what they are. That is Summer of Soul, Flea, Attica, Simple as Water, and The Rescue. So kind of picking up where we left off in the last category about the films that people have actually had a chance to see, which in this case will be Summer of Soul because it's on Hulu, The Rescue because it's on Disney+. Flea, to my knowledge, hasn't had a wide release yet or isn't on a streaming service yet, so that one's a bit more difficult to see. Attica, it says here that it's a Showtime documentary, so it's probably available on like the Showtime app. How many people actually have access to that? I have no idea. And Simple as Water, it looks like it's an HBO documentary film, so it's more than likely on HBO Max. So as far as American viewers are concerned, that's another one that they will have access to actually seeing. we have here Summer of Soul in #1 place. And we have Dr. David here saying Summer of Soul must have this. I always find documentary to be a little bit tough to predict the #1, because it can go so many different ways, and it can always be such a tight race because the amount of people who have seen them is likely much lower because documentaries on the whole are just viewed much less, even amongst members of the Academy. But to look here at the top 5 on Gold Derby, there's a couple of differences. We have Flea, Summer of Soul, and The Rescue, so 3 from the previous list. But we also have Procession and Ascension, which sound good as a part 1 and part 2 of something, but they're probably not related at all. We also have Attica here at number 6, and Simple as Water. Where is Simple as Water? All right, Simple as Water is down here at number 13. So I think we might be able to count on Simple as Water falling out of this with Ascension, which is rated here number 6, moving in. Velvet Underground is also listed at the number 7 position in both, and it's on Apple TV Plus, so it is available. So that could be something that can move in as well. I think it's pretty safe to say that Summer of Soul, Flea, and The Rescue will be nominated. Attica, was it over here in number 6? That's probably a safe bet as well. It averages out to what, 9, like 4.5, so it like averages out into the top 5. And Simple of Water probably falls out, and Ascension or the Velvet Underground takes its place. But if I've only seen 2 of these, so please let me know in the chat what we should be looking at here if I've totally missed something. I see we have Brent here saying that Seaspiracy should win this. I don't even think it's in kind of the top 15 as part of the shortlist, unfortunately. And whether or not it was even put forward by Netflix, I mean, I imagine it was, but I guess it didn't go anywhere. Members of the Academy probably don't like being told to like stop eating fish, so you know. So we have Elle here saying, finally saw Jurassic Park yesterday and it was so good. Yo, Jurassic Park's great. Classic blockbuster film. I remember seeing that when I was a kid and telling my mom that we needed to leave because I was scared. I was like 6 years old at the time. It was embarrassing. There are people in this chat who still to this day do not let me live that down, but that's okay. I'm perfectly happy telling that story. I think also in the same summer, I convinced my mother to take myself and a couple of my other friends who tease me about that to see True Lies in theaters. So I feel like I built back some cred for that, but who knows? Who knows? Let's see. I think Dr. David here is saying Celine Sciamma is a master filmmaker. Yeah, she's on her way to earning that title for sure. Summer of Soul must have this. We talked about that. Flea will win for me. I love this movie. It is very good. It hits a lot of the feels. The Oscars always snub a top contender for documentary. Landon, if we're gonna go with that premise, then it's probably Simple as Water. But yeah, we will see. I hear many good things about Summer of Soul. Yeah, Summer of Soul is really good. If you saw the Aretha Franklin documentary that came out 2 to 3 years ago, it has a similar vibe to that. It's basically looking at an event in musical history and being like, hey, did you know that there's actually all of this film that was shot of it? Let's put this all together and release it as a movie. So it's kind of like it's like 80% concert film from sort of the what I think is dubbed in the film as like the Black Woodstock, or like it took place in the same year as Woodstock, but no one's ever heard of it. It was just this big music festival that mostly or entirely focused on what you would consider like quote unquote black genres, like soul and jazz and gospel and things like this. And it was huge, like tens of thousands of people showing up every single day in Harlem to see this thing. And like no one knows what the hell it is because it wasn't Woodstock, basically, i.e. it wasn't the one that all of the white people went to. So it kind of has this energy of like showing you something that has never been seen before. And it's cool. It's great. Like even myself, who is not the biggest fan of the styles of music that were being played, it's still really well made, really enjoyable, a lot of fun to watch. Check it out if you can. The Rescue was amazing. We got Dory saying that. I hear many good things about Summer of Soul. Yes, Flea didn't feel like a documentary. True, and that's one of the reasons why I think it has actually a really great shot at documentary. I have like issues with the way a lot of documentaries have been done over the years. I feel like the talking head documentary is way too prevalent in documentary filmmaking as a whole. And so when a documentary does something a little bit different, approaches the form of documentary in a different way, I'm like all in and I wish it all of the success and I want it to do super well. And Flea for me this year is that. If you want an example of me feeling the opposite way, just look at like My Octopus Teacher, or whatever that goddamn movie was called that won Best Documentary last year. Talking head, indulgent bullshit. Really over that style of documentary. Saw the Rescue, amazing story, solid documentary. The Velvet Underground might sneak in. Ascension is a documentary that shocked me to my core. Ooh, interesting. Todd Haynes made the Velvet docs. Yeah, so there is some name recognition that goes along with that. You can see that there. Todd Haynes directed it. He's done a bunch of very well regarded films, American films. Yeah, Ella, we all have a lot to watch. I feel like I've done fairly well on all of the fiction films that are going to be nominated for Oscars, but yeah, documentaries, I got a few more to watch. Billie Eilish got Best Song Oscar nom and performing at the Oscars. They might give her Best Documentary to sweeten the deal. She's pretty far out of contention here, though. And like, if we are to believe these lists, she's down here in number 13, and then Gold Derby has her at 14. So that's like pretty far out. And like, I know we like to think that the Oscars kind of like, everyone kind of like talks to each other and like is trading favors for votes and things like this. But we have to remember, these are being voted on by blocks of hundreds, if not thousands of people. And so this sort of like, it may be easy to influence that amount of people, but at the same time, we can't just rely on that. So I don't know if the Oscars are just going around to everyone who votes on Best Feature Documentary and saying, you better vote for Billie Eilish or else, because we're trying to put on a banging show that the kids will watch. Like, I don't think they're doing that. I saw RoboCop when I was 8. Weirdly, violence in films doesn't affect me. That's so weird. You mean that when you were 8 years old, you saw RoboCop shoot someone in the dick and now violence doesn't affect you in films? I am stunned by that. I'm also the same way. I remember birthday parties where we watched Terminator 2 and we were way too young. It was fine. It was fine. I'm fine now. I promise. In both movies, documentaries, and shorts. Oh, Ella saying that about you need to watch a lot of movies. Yes. You have just explained why I think it will win. Why you think the Velvet Underground will win? Because of Summer of Soul. Yes. Is it flee or flee? It's flee. Like you're fleeing something. You're running away. Because most of that film is about fleeing, about running away from something. All right. So I think that's enough time spent on this. We must remember all the crafts vote for the nominees of each category, and all the Clueless Academy members vote for the winner. Yeah, I should have mentioned that right off the top. You're right, David. The way that the Academy is split up when it comes to nominations, the people who are in like a certain branch of the Academy vote on the nominees for that specific branch. So the actors nominate actors, the directors nominate directors, the costume people nominate the costume people. And then I think for the more wide open ones, like best film, of course, is everybody nominates best film. And then I think international film might be nominated by like the international people, but it's more likely open to everybody. But documentary people are also voting for best documentary and things like this. So yes. So that is how these nominees are coming about. Which is why when we get into some of the awards further down the line, we can look at things like the SAG Awards, the DGA Awards, the Writers Guild Awards, and look at their nominations as a way of figuring out who is going to be nominated, because it's mostly a lot of the same people with some exceptions, because the Academy is an international body, whereas the SAG, the Actors Guild, the Directors Guild, those are all people who work in America. Have they announced a host or hosts? I heard The Rock was in contention at one point, and they were also looking at Selena Gomez, Martin Short, and the other person who's in that Disney Plus show with them to host, but I don't think they've announced anyone specifically, although someone please correct me if I'm incorrect. TJ, I remember us watching the South Park movie on my birthday, and you told my mom how many swears per minute it had, and she was not impressed. I mean, I was impressed. That's why I probably wanted to share that information. Also, how the hell did I get that? was I counting? Was I just like, did I have my fingers up and I was like, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. And I was like, oh dear. Yes, a host will be hosting the Oscars. All right. So let's us now move on to Best Original Song. And I have a theory about this one. Ooh, this is going to Best Animated Feature. No, we're doing Best Original Song. Oh no, the lists don't line up. All right, Best Song. Best Song. Let's talk about Best Song. So I'll just say right off the bat here that if there was any justice in this world, one of the songs from Belle, the Japanese animated film that probably has no shot of making it into the Best Animated Film category, should get nominated. It won't, because there is no justice in this world. Excuse me while I adjust the lights. I feel like I'm getting a little warm here. Maybe I'm just getting a little sweaty. Why aren't the lights? Oh, too dark. Live streaming is so much fun because everything can go wrong. There you go, everybody. That's my Best Original Song of 2021. Just look up for Best Song. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting category because I think there's going to be kind of like a tension between like wanting to put on the best show possible and awarding the song that like deserves it the most, right? And what I mean by that is, well, first let's take a look at who is nominated in these awards, and I think what I'm talking about will kind of become clear, right? So No Time to Die. And I just want to preface this by saying at the Oscars every year, with maybe the exception of last year, these songs are performed by the original performers at the awards, and the Oscars kind of uses that as a way to promote the show and try to get people to watch because it's kind of like a free concert, sort of. So for No Time to Die, we got Billie Eilish. For Encanto, the song Dos Oruguitas, you have Lin-Manuel Miranda, who is huge. For Don't Look Up, you have Ariana Grande and Kid Cudi. They would be performing. Harder They Fall is written by like Jay-Z and someone else, so you would have Jay-Z performing. And then for 4 Good Days, Diane Warren. God, I feel like that's someone I should know who that is. American songwriter Diane Warren, seen in this photo with Lady Gaga. So yeah, she's like a big deal. I feel like I just closed the wrong tab. Whoops. So for this, if we're thinking about like the Oscars putting together, and I know a few minutes ago I was just like, the Oscars don't conspire in this way, but they might. If they're trying to put together like the best concert possible, this seems pretty good. With Annette, if they were to do that, maybe they try to get Adam Driver and Marion Cotillard to perform it. With Respect, you have Jennifer Hudson right there who can perform it. And then when you get down into these ones, it becomes less interesting. Like, I'm wondering, yeah. I mean, for King Richard, obviously you have Beyonce. But also I don't remember these songs in these films at all. So not really thinking it has any shot for that. So out of a top 7 here, I think we have a lot of good choices, and I could probably see, especially with Jennifer Hudson getting the SAG nomination, that might bring enough momentum to get this version of Respect, which I can only assume is from the film Respect. Of course it is, because the song is called Here I Am. That could be enough to get it into the top 5 in order to, and then we would have Jennifer Hudson performing it. So then, and I mean, out of all of these, I would then say that 4 Good Days, drops out of the top 5, and we'd be looking at No Time to Die, Encanto, Don't Look Up, The Harder They Fall, and Respect. Let's take a quick look at Gold Derby to see where they are on this one. See where the overlap is. So No Time to Die, Encanto, easy. Don't Look Up, easy. But then we also have Belfast and King Richard here. Now, Belfast should be nominated for exactly nothing, so I'm just going to flippantly say that it will not be nominated. And King Richard is very low in the other list, so not a big fan of that. Plus, we have here in 6th and 7th position, The Harder They Fall and Respect. So based on that and combining the two lists together, I'm thinking it's going to be No Time to Die, Encanto, Don't Look Up, The Harder They Fall, and Respect. That would be my personal top 5 for this. But let's just go to the chat. I want Joe Rogan and The Rock to host the Oscars. I don't think Joe Rogan is going to be hosting anything. Although The Rock would be fun. Doesn't The Last Detail still hold the record, or did The Wolf of Wall Street overtake it? For most profanity? I'm not sure. Disney should have submitted Bruno. Yeah, I think they're probably kicking themselves in the ass for doing that, since Bruno is like tearing up the charts right now. Tom Holland, I think, is someone they should be considering. I do not want Tom Holland to do this. And honestly, as much as I enjoy Tom Holland, as much as I think he's a good actor with a lot of future potential, in general, actors who are not comedians by trade should not host the Oscars. So like Martin Short and Steve Martin and having Selena Gomez there, that makes sense to me because Martin Short and Steve Martin, they're stand-up comedians. They've done SNL and SCTV and like all this stuff. And Selena Gomez is a performer in her own right. I think she does her own music. But when you put actors in as hosts, it doesn't really work. Like, go back to Anne Hathaway and James Franco hosting. That wasn't great. So I appreciate you wanting to have Tom Holland there, but I just don't want like actors to be hosting. I just don't think they're well suited for it, and I don't think their skill sets really work for it. Hosting the Oscars must feel like standing naked in front of millions of people. Yeah, you basically are. And you're hoping to God that the people who wrote the jokes actually wrote good ones and that people respond to them. We have no idea on song because the Society of Composers and Lyricists haven't announced nominees yet. Very true, Dr. David. But it seems like we have a lot of overlap between these two lists. No Time to Die slaps. I wasn't crazy about Encanto as a whole, but love several Encanto songs. I actually feel the same way. I really love the final song in Encanto. A lot of the other songs kind of fell flat for me, but it's a good film nonetheless. No Time to Die, Encanto, and Don't Look Up are all very good. I would love Jared Leto to host the Oscars as Paolo Gucci character. Don't you fucking dare. Absolutely not. Diane Warren has never won an Oscar, but has been nominated loads of times. That could be a factor as well. But the film that she is potentially getting in for is 4 Good Days, and this is the first time I've heard of it. So if anyone here has seen it, please go ahead and let me know. But I don't know if like I remember last year there was a nominee who like no one had really seen. I think it was the Sophia Loren film, if I'm remembering that correctly, and that was one that got in just for the song, and it was a similar situation. I guess we could see something similar here, but I don't know. I'm not feeling great about this movie's chances of getting in here, even with Diana Warren there. Although I understand, David, why you're saying that. No Time to Die will win. I think they will put Be Alive so it could get more viewers. It's Beyonce talking about King Richard. Yeah, if the conspiracy exists that I was talking about to get the best concert going, yeah, you probably want to have Beyonce on there. But then something else that the Oscars tends to do with the performance section of it is that they kind of presume who the winner is going to be. And that song is typically the last song to be performed in the ceremony. And I don't know, with Beyonce being where she's at in her career, I don't know if she performs anywhere else except for last. And she probably doesn't want to go last and then lose. But once again, that's sort of out of everyone's control. If we just want to conspiracy talk like that. Yeah, but I get what you mean. Like, yeah, of course they would. I'm sure they would love to have Beyonce perform. Jared Leto hosting would be like looking at someone being naked in front of millions of people. You know what? If we're going to have Jared Leto do this, then he has to do every single segment as a different Jared Leto character, going all the way back to Requiem for a Dream. And he also 30 Seconds to Mars needs to perform cover versions of all of the songs that are nominated for Best Original Song. That's the only way that I allow Jared Leto host, not because it'll be good, but because it will tear the internet apart and it would be fucking hilarious to watch. 4 Good Days is low on Gold Derby, but because it's Diane Warren, I think she gets in. She could even create an upset. Interesting. He's used to performing in front of large crowds. Jared Leto. Actually, that's true. He is a musician. I think because he has an outside shot at being nominated for Best Supporting Actor, he probably wouldn't in that case. But if he doesn't get that nomination, maybe it's someone they would consider. Eric Andre should host the Oscars and release a grizzly bear in the audience. Yes. Gutter Baby, yes. This is the first thing you've said all stream, and absolutely yes. Talk more. You have great ideas. Belfast song by Van Morrison won't get nominated. Van Morrison is out of the public eye and will not come back to the spotlight. There. Looks like we got Andrew a new one. You're on your personal account, no less. John Mulaney would be perfect. Yeah, Mulaney would be good. Like I said, a comedian would be great. How about Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara to host the Oscars? Yep, another great idea. Diane Warren has been nominated 12 times. Oh my God. Is Johnny Depp available for hosting gigs? Yeah, I don't think they're letting him on the Oscars, my dude. 4 Good Days equals only seen by 4 people. Doesn't mean it's a bad film, but yeah, I certainly haven't heard any of it. When the nominations will be given, Tuesday morning at 8:18 Eastern Standard Time. So I will be live streaming that. Come on back, and we'll watch those nominations together. I remember Jared Leto in Urban Legends. He was in Urban Legends? I forgot about that. By the way, you like Licorice Pizza? I saw your Letterboxd review. What do you think about it? I'm going to save that till after we're done these talking about the nominations. If you saw my Letterboxd review, it kind of pointed to the age difference between the 2 lead characters, and I have a bit of a problem with that. But the overall film, I have more thoughts on the overall film, so I'll get to that. In which case, I feel like I should get going and get on to the next category, which is Best Original Score, also known as the category that Spencer should win, but probably won't be nominated for. Let's see what we got here. I think Best Score was right here. Yeah. All right. So, the contenders, according to Variety, are The Power of the Dog, Dune, The French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, and No Time to Die. So that's 2 potential nominations for No Time to Die, which if it gets both, I believe that would make it the most nominated James Bond film of all time. Huh. And we also have Encanto and Spencer on the outside looking in. I was also watching something the other day. I think it was Licorice Pizza. Johnny Greenwood also scored that film. So like, imagine if he just like was not, like, it's not going to happen, but imagine if he was nominated 3 times for Best Original Score. Wild to think about. So yeah, here we have Power of the Dog, Dune, The French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, No Time to Die. And then here over at Gold Derby, we have Dune, Power of the Dog, The French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, and Encanto, with Parallel Mothers and Spencer on the outside looking in. So the overlap is Dune, Power of the Dog, The French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, and then they differ on No Time to Die and Encanto, but Variety has Encanto at number 6, whereas No Time to Die on Gold Derby is in number 8. We also have Dory here saying, I predict Parallel Mothers will get nominated for Best Score, which isn't in this top 50. Oh, wait, it's number 6. So it's on the outside looking in. But yeah, I don't really know what to think about this. Of course, I want the score for Spencer to get nominated because I think it is one of the best of the year. And seeing it in 7th place in both of these lists makes me think that it has a shot. I just don't know who it supplants, right? Like, I would have probably said The French Dispatch because Wes Anderson films don't get nominated for much anymore, but it's in the number 3 position in both of these, which makes me think it's probably a lock. Like, between The Power of the Dog, Dune, and The French Dispatch, and Don't Look Up, they're in the top 5 for both of these. Those are probably locks. So then Spencer would either have to beat out, like, one of the biggest blockbusters of the year in James Bond, or one of the biggest blockbusters that is also like a well-beloved children's film that has music in it that everyone loves in Encanto. So as much as I would love to see Spencer get nominated here, I don't think it will. So then, yeah, it basically comes down to a coin flip from the looks of it between No Time to Die and Encanto. Help me out, chat. What are we saying here? The only ones I've seen is Dune, Don't Look Up, and No Time to Die. I really like Spencer's score, but Dead will get nomination. Yep, same. Also Encanto. Spencer gets nothing, I'm afraid. Parallel Mothers might get in, and I think Encanto and Don't Look Up might be the 5. Yeah, and I just added Power Dog to my watch list on Netflix. Nice, it's a good movie. The Spencer boat has sailed with Kristen in it, and she's thrown herself overboard. Stewart has done nothing wrong here, though. Let's not say that she is at fault for Spencer like crashing out or anything like that. I imagine filling out an Oscar ballot like filling out a customer survey for a chance to win a gift card. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but Spencer is definitely getting blacklisted from these bigger ceremonies for being critical of the monarchy, which is not really something I understand, right? Like, aren't Americans super proud of the fact that they like defeated the British in the Revolutionary War? Isn't defeating the monarchy or like being critical of the monarchy a very American thing? I don't know, man. I get it for the BAFTAs. I 100% get it for the BAFTAs. Because if we discussed, like, during that live stream, Prince William is the president of the BAFTAs. So, yeah. Like, I understand why Spencer got no nominations there. But for a lot of these other, like, for the American guilds to be blacklisting it because it, like, is critical of the monarchy, I don't necessarily buy that. And we got Joseph here saying the last Craig Bond gets in. Does the fact that it's Craig's last Bond film influence whether or not the score gets nominated, though? That's kind of a weird thing to think that like it's going to transfer in that way. Like his last Bond film to best score nomination, I don't really see that. I don't really see the A to B on that, or the A to B to C, I guess. Which honestly, I think if I'm picking my top 5 here based on what we've been discussing, it would be The Power of the Dog, Dune, The French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, and Encanto. I think No Time to Die is on the outside looking in here, although it is Hans Zimmer. But no, Hans Zimmer is going to get in for Dune. So yeah, I'm going to say Encanto rounds out my top 5 with a hopeful fingers crossed for Spencer. However, just like talking about Hans Zimmer, now he's nominated for 2. If they're going to put Johnny Greenwood in the top 5, then it's going to be for Power of the Dog over Spencer, and they're not going to give him any votes for Spencer because they'll already be like, you got in 1, you don't get 2. So for me, yeah, Power of the Dog, Dune, French Dispatch, Don't Look Up, and Encanto. No, the Americans love the British monarchy. It's where all our tourism comes in. And by the way, No Time to Die is no chance for score. I like it. Yeah, I guess I just thought that Americans would be like less into the monarchy, honestly. Like I know in Canada we have a certain affection for the monarchy, or at least some people do, because like the Queen is technically our head of state. She's on all of our money. You know, we can't really escape her yet. But in America, I find it strange that they would have the same kind of affection. And we got Peter here saying they love the Power of the Dog score. It's Johnny Greenwood. The man knows how to compose a score. All right, so I think we've said about enough here on that. Let's move along to best visual effects. Now, this is an interesting one. And I'm going to say it's interesting for a specific reason. And I think I still have these here, right? Now, that's the costume design. That's the Annie's. Oh, this might be the one that I accidentally deleted. Shit. So I was looking at some of these different guilds and how they nominate people. And for some of these, they get real into it. Visual Effects Society, yes. So the Visual Effects Society, they have their own thing, but they nominate in very different categories, right? So here we have outstanding visual effects in a photoreal feature, which is a feature film. So we have Dune, Godzilla vs. Kong, The Matrix Resurrections, No Time to Die, Shang-Chi, and Spider-Man. But then we also have outstanding supporting visual effects in a photoreal feature, which we have Candyman, Last Night in Soho, Nightmare Alley, The Last Duel, and The Tragedy of Macbeth. And I thought there was a third category as well, but I guess not. So I'm guessing that for the Oscars, we kind of just throw away the outstanding supporting visual effects because these 5 probably don't stand a chance of getting in because, as is the case, this is just saying that it is a supporting feature. It's not a central feature. So that is likely removing all of these from contention. So then we just have the list, this list here, which gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential nominees. Uh, and in this case, when we're looking at these, there is quite a bit of difference between what Variety is predicting and what is actually here. So first of all, let's talk about the ones that are in Variety. We have Dune, Spider-Man, No Time to Die, Black Widow, and Ghostbusters Afterlife. Ghostbusters Afterlife and Black Widow are not over here. Matrix Resurrections and Godzilla vs. Kong, which are here, are not here. They are down here. We have Godzilla vs. Kong in all the way last place, and Matrix Resurrections in 6th. So based on that, and I guess also let's just go to the little derby as well. Visual effects. In their top 5, they have Dune, Spider-Man, The Matrix Resurrections, Shang-Chi, and Godzilla vs. Kong. So this one, based on all of this, appears to be wide open, with Dune and Spider-Man appearing to be the one that shows up in all of them. And I see Elle here saying that Spider-Man No Way Home is out of the running. Why is it out of the running? Is that that thing I kept hearing about, how like Sony didn't fill out the paperwork properly? Spider-Man not eligible for Oscars. No Way Home Oscar process dim after PGA nominations. Spider-Man No Way Home deemed eligible by the BAFTAs. Spider-Man blocked by BAFTAs. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that going around for the BAFTAs was just I think that's just the BAFTA. So I think Spider-Man's still eligible. It appears to still be getting nominations and such. So I think we're okay there. But yeah, based on all of this, it appears that both Dune and Spider-Man are definitely in the running. No Time to Die is listed here in 6th on the outside. So then I guess it just comes down to who do we think gets in the 3rd through 5. And for this one specifically, I'm not going to go so much on positioning in this or what was nominated here. I'm more so just going to go off of which visual effects I personally thought looked the best. So yeah, going to do something a little different for this one. So I think we've got Dune and we've got Spider-Man. Honestly, I didn't think that the visual effects in Spider-Man were that great, but Dune looked fantastic. So I'm going to keep those in the 2. So when it comes to the 3 through 5, based on what I'm seeing and what I think was actually best, I'm trying to see which one actually gives me the most films to pick from. Or I guess this is the short list, right? So it's only going to be these. It only comes down to these 10 films. From a visual effects standpoint, if you think Dune and Spider-Man are the 2 best, or the top 2, or at least the 2 that are for sure going to get nominated, I think out of the remaining 8 films, the top 5 is filled out by No Time to Die, Eternals, and Godzilla vs. Kong, with Shang-Chi as number 6. And I feel real dirty giving Academy Award nominations to both Eternals and Godzilla vs. Kong. But those 2 films, I think, benefit from the visual effects being the only good thing about them. And once again, like Shang-Chi, I think kind of suffers because a lot of Marvel films, and I would include Spider-Man in this, a lot of Marvel films, because of their production schedule and everything, and, you know, Disney's trying to make money on these movies, the visual effects always seem to come in as not very good. Like, a lot of their CGI doesn't look great in my mind. So I'm going to get to chat because I'm sure there's a lot of opinions on this. And also, if you're new here, welcome. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Please like this stream. If you're into this, please subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. I will be going live on Tuesday morning for the Oscar nomination live stream. So that'll be 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, we're doing the Cinematech Film Awards. There's a nomination ballot linked in the description below. Let's try to figure out together what we think the best films of 2021 are and not let the Oscars decide it for us. And there's a bunch of socials down there. There's a Discord. There's a Twitter account. There's a Letterboxd. There's a TikTok, which I'm probably going to be deleting at some point because TikTok is cancer. But yeah, it's great to have you here. Love that you can be around. Stick around. If you haven't already, get in the chat. Let me know where you're from, what you thought was a great movie of 2021, what your favorite one was, and let's continue talking about movies. So yeah, my top 5 visual effects: Dune, Spider-Man, Godzilla vs. Kong, No Time to Die, and Eternals. So let's see what everyone else was saying. Going back to a previous conversation, it's a new age. American and Brits are uniting. Hooray. Dune all the way for best visual effects. I agree, Kevin. Spider-Man No Way Home is out of the running. I don't believe that's true, Ella. The one and only Ivan won most outstanding created character at the Guild and was nominated for an Oscar, not nominated for top category at Guild. Interesting, David. Is there... I didn't even know that was a category here. Let's see. Is that similar for something else here? Like outstanding visual effects in a photoreal episode, real-time project, commercial, venue. Oh, outstanding animated character in photoreal feature. Interesting. So we got Finch, Flora and Ulysses, Jungle Cruise, Venom. So are we saying that like Venom has a shot at an Oscar? I don't think the CG in Venom was very good, personally. I have not seen Jungle Cruise. Finch, that could be the one. That could be the one. But I do think that, well, yeah, actually that's hard to say. If I had to pick one of these, probably Finch, but that's only because it's an Apple one, and they would probably be pushing for as many nominations as they can because they are desperately trying to make Apple TV Plus relevant. Imagine if it's Venom. Oh, imagine if it's Venom. Let's see. I really dislike Godzilla vs. Kong, but the movie deserves a nomination here. Yeah, I would say so. I agree with that. It's not the monarchy, it's Diana, who is some sort of holy martyr figure. People are weird about her story. Yeah, and you could also argue that there's been a lot of like Diana done recently. In The Crown, I believe someone is playing Diana, so it could just be Diana exhaustion, but that's kind of bullshit because Spencer's so good. It's a reason that I don't like to accept. I heard somewhere that they aren't nominating it because they didn't do something that they needed to do to get nominated. That was for the BAFTAs if we're talking about Spider-Man. No Way Home is still in prediction, and I think all the love for it comes here. I think Matrix Resurrections gets in. I disagree, David. I think a lot of the effects work in Resurrections was pretty poor, to be perfectly honest. I don't know where the budget on that movie went. The FX in Spider-Man were not special by Marvel standards. It will be Dune. Oh, I agree that Dune will win this category, but I still think Spider-Man gets nominated. We're talking about nominations here. IMO Eternals got the best visuals. Yeah, I think it'll get nominated. A lot of buzz for Afterlife for the Raimi effects. Ugh. I mean, that kind of hurts my soul to hear that, but I really think that the rest of the movie kind of falls flat. Like, I don't know. Been watching since your Golden Globe stream went kind of viral. Love the streams. Thank you very much. Godzilla vs. Kong deserves the award. The FX were unique and made the movie. Yeah, it was the best part about the movie for sure. I think Brent actually mentions this here. Godzilla vs. Kong says the main cast was completely CGI. Yep, the title characters. Eternals had the best visual effects out of the MCU's lineup this year, even though it was the worst of the 4. Yeah, and I think a lot of that probably had to do with the Eternals being seen as like the prestige film because it was Chloe Zhao that was directing it. I can easily imagine like internal meetings at Marvel being like, oh, if we get Chloe Zhao in and we make this film where people have sex, then we'll definitely get nominated for Oscars for like things other than visual effects. And then it all went horribly, horribly wrong. Ella's saying Jungle Cruise is quite good. I haven't seen it, but it's been on my list. Finch actually has really nice effects. All right, Joseph, maybe we're onto something here then. Maybe Finch is the surprise number 5 nominee. Spider-Man was snubbed on a short list. I thought it was Oscars, but maybe something else. I'm not sure. It really throws a spanner in the works. That's a reference. Prediction: Venom 2 will win Best Picture. Alonzo, that is bold. That is a bold claim. And if it happens, you'll be able to watch me live stream in the Oscars, like literally die in front of you. I don't know if I would scream in joy or just like completely shut down as a human. If I would just go into a coma on live right in front of everyone. Those are the only 2 possibilities for Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage winning Best Picture at the Oscars this year. All right, so let's move on. I'll just reiterate my top five here are Dune, Spider-Man, No Time to Die, Eternals, and Godzilla versus Kong. Although on a few of these, Variety really disagrees with me. Next up, Best Sound, also known as the Dune Award. A few of these will be the Dune Award. Best Sound. Also, do you guys want me to go through these a bit faster, or are you digging like the speed that we're doing this? Because we're like not even halfway done, and I've been doing this for over an hour. I'm good to go. I can stream for 5 hours like it's nothing, but I don't want to keep y'all too late. All right, so let's take a look at this best sound nonsense. And it's not nonsense; it's all good fun. So we have on Variety, Dune, West Side Story, No Time to Die, Last Night in Soho, and The Power of the Dog. Over on Gold Derby, we have Dune, West Side Story, No Time to Die, Belfast, and Tick Tick Boom, with Power of the Dog in 6th. Interesting that neither top 5 includes A Quiet Place. And in fact, Quiet Place is well out of the 5 spot in Variety. Fascinating. Also, Last Night in Soho here, number 1 on Gold Derby, but it's in number 4 here. So it looks like there's some room here for some play. See what happens. Well, Belfast being out of the top 5 is good to see. I think I kind of want Tick Tick Boom to be in this top 5. The ones that will get in for sure, in my mind, are Dune, West Side Story, and No Time to Die. That makes a lot of sense to me. They are the top 3 in both. I don't think we can really argue with the sound design on any of those 3 films. No Time to Die. Well, no. Blah, blah, blah. No Time to Die. It's good. It's good. I'll just leave it at that. So then we have Power of the Dog in the number 4 spot. But it's in number 6 here. All right, I'll just go with what I think had the best sound design then, because we're once again dealing with like a 10 film shortlist, right? In that case, I probably would go The Quiet Place Part 2, although I think maybe the gimmick of the film that allowed it to be nominated for the first one when it came out probably doesn't apply here anymore, because we sort of knew what we were getting when we went into it. So yeah, we probably leave A Quiet Place out of it. Resurrections, no. Belfast, no, because it shouldn't be nominated for anything. And Spider-Man. See, yeah, like given this list, I'm surprised that they would put Last Night in Soho as number 4, but leave out Spider-Man or Tick Tick Boom. I don't really know why they would think that. Because yeah, like Last Night in Soho is like really outside on the number 5 here. So I'll say for mine, and then I'll get to what you guys are saying in chat. My top 5 will be Dune, West Side Story, No Time to Die, Tick Tick Boom, and The Power of the Dog. That seems pretty good to me. Tick Tick Boom absolutely should be in there. It's an excellent film on Netflix. Please watch it if you haven't. It's a great example of the kind of musical you can make when you don't have as much money as, say, Steven Spielberg when he makes West Side Story. Great example of an almost indie film approach to musicals. Really good. And it's a musical, so of course it has great sound. And then The Power of the Dog, it uses sound in pretty cool ways. So I'd be satisfied with that top 5. Let's see here. With Jared Leto announcing it in a town. Oh, I'm not even getting into any kind of Jared Leto nonsense. The Green Knight has some really good FX. It's the forgotten great movie of 2021. It doesn't have to be forgotten in the Cinematheque Film Awards, and I've seen that some people have nominated it for some stuff. So maybe it'll win something there. Faster get to main categories. But the main categories are the ones that should go at the end. They should announce Venom 2 for Best Picture, then change it to Moonlight. I'd be into that. I got nowhere to be. All right. Quiet Place 2 getting boned here, deserves a nom. Yeah, but like I said, I think people are kind of over the gimmick. I think Belfast gets in, A Quiet Place 2 not in the guilds. Power of the Dog 2. Just watch House of Gucci. Oh boy. Oh boy, in what way, Alonzo? Tell me more. Have you seen Death on the Nile? I haven't. It's not out in my territory yet. I'll be seeing it next week. Nightmare Alley has excellent sound. It does, but it's not on the short list, unfortunately, so it's not getting anything. I'm quite looking forward to it. Death on the Nile? Oh, absolutely. Death on the Nile, the only Kenneth Branagh film that I care about right now. 4 and 5 should be Quiet Place and Tick Tick Boom, so it looks like we're getting some love for A Quiet Place here. Am I the only one who thinks A Quiet Place 2 was just okay? The script was so infuriating for me, filled with dumb decisions. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm not going to excuse those things just because it's a horror movie, but a lot of it was quite enjoyable, and it was the first film I saw back after theaters were opened up in my territory. So it has a special place in my heart because I just remember eating a big old bag of popcorn and being at the movies, which was pretty cool. I think Belfast being a major contender might help it, but Tick Tick Boom needs some major nominations other than Garfield. See, this is something about Belfast that I'm wondering about. Is it a big contender at this point? Right? I know it's got a couple of the acting nominations, at least one for sure. And we're thinking about it as being like a pretty solid one for Best Picture, like getting into the top 10. But it's not at number one in any other category that we've looked at so far. So I'm starting to wonder if we should even be calling it a big film of the year, and if perhaps the hype around it has finally died down and it's running out of steam. I think it's done enough to get to the Best Picture nomination, which we will talk about later. But I'm starting to feel like maybe we can start thinking about it as not being a top contender. I still feel like Belfast is getting into sound just because the Academy is boring. Fair enough. Tick Tick Boom is a rarity, a pleasant movie experience. Not everything needs to be dark and depressing. True, although there are parts of Tick Tick Boom that are a bit depressing. Actually, there's quite a few parts of Tick Tick Boom that are really depressing. It looks like Alonzo gave House of Gucci a 4 out of 10 on Letterboxd. That's probably about where I would put it, to be honest. Is Suicide Squad going to get any Oscars love? It's not in the top 5 for visual effects, and I don't think it gets in for anything else, so probably not. All right, so I'm going to move on. Sound top 5 is Dune, West Side Story, No Time to Die, Tick Tick Boom, Power of the Dog, Belfast, can fuck right off. Let's move to the next one, which is makeup and hairstyling, also known as a category that Spencer should get nominated for, but probably won't. It's not even fucking me. It's not even in the top 10. Well, there we go. Okay, so Suicide Squad, there we go. Maybe it gets in here, but let's go through these and talk about them a bit more. So we've got in the top 5, Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella, No Time to Die, and Coming to America. And Gold Derby has best hair. What? Why isn't it best hair and makeup? Hair. Makeup and hairstyling. So they have The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Dune, Cruella, House of Gucci, and West Side Story. What's interesting immediately here is that The Eyes of Tammy Faye is number 1 here, but it is not even, but it's like number 7 here. So that's a huge disparity. Huge disparity between both of these lists. So we have, between the other ones, we have Dune and Cruella and House of Gucci. Those line up. Wait. Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella. Dune, House of Gucci. Yeah. So then it's West Side Story is number 8 over here, Coming to America 5 here, whereas it's number 6 here. So I think based on this is another one where we're just going to have to go with what we think was the best, and that will probably give us the best indication. So for me, that would be Dune. House of Gucci, unfortunately, it's the only category I think it deserves a nomination in, personally. And by the way, Lady Gaga stands. That's not a dig on Lady Gaga. Chill out. And so, yeah, what else? I haven't seen some of these, so it's tough to say. But Dune and House of Gucci, certainly. The Eyes of Tammy Faye, I think you can make a pretty strong case for, considering all of the makeup work that went into making Jessica Chastain look like the way she did. Really love to see Nightmare Alley get in, but I think it's on the short end of the stick here. Otherwise, I would put it in, but I just don't think it has the legs to get in. So Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella. I haven't seen it, but it looks like it's high up on both lists, so I'll include that. So that's 3. I don't think Coming to America gets in. This is tough. All right, Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella, The Eyes of Tammy Faye, and West Side Story. I think that's the top 5. I don't think Suicide Squad gets the nomination. I don't know if they get a comic book film in there. And there's really not a lot about the hair and makeup about Suicide Squad that stands out, aside from like aside from Harley Quinn. If I'm forgetting anybody, like, do you get an Oscar nomination for putting polka dots on a guy? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is honestly tough. This is really tough. But I'm gonna say Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella, Eyes of Tammy Faye, and West Side Story. I'm gonna go to the chat though, see if you guys can help me out here. I wouldn't be surprised if King Richard was nominated for something. That movie is so Oscar bait. Oh, it's super Oscar bait. It's gonna be in the running for a lot of stuff. Cyrano for hair and makeup, says Dory. It's on the outside looking in here. It also, I think, is probably suffering from the fact that it hasn't been seen by a lot of people yet. I think No Time to Die actually misses. I agree. I can see Coming to America too. That's interesting. See, I haven't seen Coming to America, so I can't really say. I'm just trying to think about what it would be. And I think maybe they actually have a picture of it up here. Maybe not. No, they just have Paolo, our old friend. Polka Dot Man. Yeah, of course. Cruella, Ultimate Girl Boss film. Dune, Gucci, Cruella, Tammy, Coming to America, says Brett. Are you saying you haven't seen Cruella? Yes, Ella, I that is what I'm saying. I'm very sorry. I didn't have Disney Plus when it came out, and I just haven't had the time to go back and watch it. If West Side Story gets makeup it might get nominated for everything. Interesting. I know I heard you say you haven't seen one of the movies you said. Yeah, I'm just sort of going on the fact that Cruella is it's a movie about fashion, right? And so it makes sense that that kind of film would get into this category. Plus, it's listed as a number 3 film in both lists, so all of that listed together makes me feel like it has a pretty good shot. But I haven't seen it, so I don't want to exclude it because I haven't seen it. Whereas with like the last one, when I did this for like visual effects, I have seen most of those films, with like Jungle Cruise being the exception. If it even was not, no, I don't think Jungle Cruise was in there in the top 10. But I've also seen like most of these, with the exception of Cyrano, Coming to America, and Cruella. So yeah, I'm thinking Dune, House of Gucci, Cruella, Eyes of Tammy Faye, West Side Story. But yeah, let's see. We got just saying Dune, Tammy Faye, Gucci, Cruella, and Coming to America. All right. And yeah, everyone in the chat, feel free to do kind of like what Joseph and Brett just did. Like, give me your top 5s. Apparently, Dory's gonna be rewatching Cruella tonight. Maybe I'll watch Cruella tonight. Who knows? I could be in the mood for a Disney picture. All right, let us now move on to the next one, which is film editing. Always a bit of a contentious one, because what is editing anyways? Am I right? Ever since The Bourne Ultimatum won Best Editing, I was like, okay, so they really just mean the most editing, right? All right, so let's talk about this a bit. See what we got here in the top 5. Belfast as the number 1 for editing. I think Variety might be high, everyone. Dune, Power of the Dog, No Time to Die, and Coda with Licorice Pizza and Don't Look Up on the Outside Looking In. Then Gold Derby has Dune, Belfast, The Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza, excuse me, and West Side Story with Don't Look Up and Nightmare Alley on the Outside Looking In. I think we can pretty safely exclude Nightmare Alley from consideration. I really would love to see Tick, Tick, Boom get nominated. I think there are some sequences in that film that are really well cut together. But from the looks of it, it's a little bit too far down in all of the lists. But for this is another one where we actually do have the nominations. So that's Costume Guild. We have nominations to look at. Oh, this was the VES. So I didn't close it. I'm an idiot, but I can close that now. That's makeup. American Cinema Editors Awards. So we have the top 5 here of what they actually voted for. Now, this is one of those things where we have to be a little bit careful, because only members of the American Cinema Editors Society can be nominated in this particular for this particular award for these guys. So the people who are in the editors branch of the Oscars will be much broader than the people who are in this. There will certainly be some overlap, but it also means that people and just looking at this list and going back over to here for editing, it looks like the person who edited Coda. I don't know if that person is in the American Cinema Editors Association or not. So that could be the reason why they don't appear in this list. So we have to keep that in mind. Joseph saying fucking Bohemian Rhapsody. I believe to me saying the film with the most editing wins. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was other reasons why it won as well, but hey. All right. So looking at this, it looks like Dune and Satan Help Me, Belfast is getting in. Power of the Dog is, yeah, so the top three are basically the same, just slightly different order. No Time to Die is way down here in 10th. So that makes me think that that one has a chance of falling off here. And Coda is nowhere near anywhere on this list from what I can see, unless my eyes have finally died on me. Yeah, so I feel like if we're just going on this, like just Variety's one, No Time to Die and Coda look like they are the most likely to be replaced. And in this list, they were replaced by Licorice Pizza and West Side Story. I think you can make a very strong argument for Licorice Pizza getting in for best editing. I think you can also make a pretty good argument for Don't Look Up, but I also don't want it to be there. But I can't think of one that would be better suited. Wouldn't it be Spider-Man? West Side Story, I don't know. It doesn't feel like the best fit for me. So if we were to go back to what got in here, we do have King Richard. We do have King Richard. And how does that stack up in here? It's 11th on Variety, and it's 9th on Gold Derby. That could be a surprise one. Dora, you're not crazy. Spencer would be a worthy inclusion. It's like 18th on this list, and it's, God, I don't even see it on here. Oh, Spencer, yeah, number 29. Like, I agree. I honestly think that if we lived in a just world, Spencer would be like one of the top 5 nominee getting films of this year. It would be in cinematography. It would get best actress nomination. It would get best picture. It would get best director. It would get best score. But like that's just not the world that we're living in right now. And we gotta put the feelings aside and use the old brain muscles here. Figure out what these nominees are going to be. It looks like we got some other people saying, yeah, Brett saying Spencer absolutely should be in. Preaching to the choir, y'all. All right. So editing. I'm going to say Belfast, Dune, Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza, and No Time to Die. I think that probably does it. Probably Don't Look Up is sitting right there, and West Side Story are also right there. But I kind of want to see the Bond film get in here. Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like, yeah, the thing that I think is most impressive, like for West Side Story as an example, when it comes to the technical aspects of filmmaking, was the camera movement and cinematography. I don't remember anything about the editing of West Side Story really standing out to me as being impressive, other than the fact that it was able to cohesively tell the story. And to me, that's not enough when it comes to getting at least the nomination in here. So I don't think West Side Story gets it. Don't Look Up is a little bit more formalistic in its editing, which I think is a bit more appealing to the voters. So I would probably have that as like the number 6 choice, or maybe even the number 5 choice, because once again, No Time to Die doesn't really do anything outstanding or different or cool or interesting with editing. It's really, once again, just telling a cohesive story well. Yeah. So maybe, okay, yeah, I think I'm going to put Don't Look Up then in this. So it'll be Belfast, Dune, The Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza, and Don't Look Up as my top 5. Alonzo here saying Cruella was meh for me, PG-13 Joker. Meh. Or PG-13 Taxi Driver. Who can say? Dune, West Side Story, Power of the Dog, Don't Look Up, and I guess Belfast. I think, Ella, you're saying that for best editing. Normally, editing includes a majority of best pick nominees. Well, I think with my top 5 then being Belfast, Dune, Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza, and Don't Look Up, like all 5 of those are in the running for Best Picture. So I think I feel pretty good about that. I have a feeling West Side Story is going to miss a few expected nominations. I think you're probably right. West Side Story deserves editing, but was edited so well you didn't notice. One of those. I guess, yeah, that's true. Like the sort of invisible editing style that was popularized by Hollywood films in the 30s and 40s. I don't appreciate it as much as I do more formalistic styles of editing. But yeah, I mean, you honestly could be right. So I'm not going to say you're wrong. You could be right. But I just think I think the editing being invisible is not a good enough reason for it to be nominated. And I also think a lot of the reason why that editing was invisible is how well it was shot. So, yeah, I'm still skeptical. Not sure Bond will get in. West Side Story might miss out, maybe to Don't Look Up. I got Brett saying Dune, Power of the Dog, Belfast, West Side Story, and Don't Look Up. Joseph saying Dune, Power of the Dog, Belfast, Don't Look Up, and No Time to Die. All right, we're seeing some variance here. Musical sequences are a whole other level of editing. That's not wrong, certainly. Okay, I'm leaving. Gonna go work out. See you guys. Yo, you could just watch this while you're working out. I'm sure all of the other people in the gym would be pretty down with that. David saying top 5: Dune, Licorice Pizza, Power of the Dog, Belfast, Don't Look Up. Sounds like we have the same one then. Licorice Pizza got the BAFTA nom. True. All right. So recap then for me: Belfast, Dune, Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza, and Don't Look Up. But this is a category that I think could go in a lot of different ways, potentially. Although, as Dr. David said, it's usually films that are also nominated for Best Picture. So if we're going to go with that, then it's 10 potential possibilities. So let's move on to costume design. And this is another one where we actually have people voting on other awards. Costume. Yes, take me to costume. Best costume design. Ooh, Cruella, number 1. Interesting. So let's see what we got here. Variety saying Dune, West Side Story, Cruella, Nightmare Alley, number 4. I love to see it. And Cyrano, number 5, with Belfast and House of Gucci on the outside looking in. Yes. The 2 villains of awards season on the outside. With Spencer at number 8. That's one of the highest ones we've seen. So let's see. Gold Derby saying Cruella, Dune, House of Gucci, West Side Story, and Nightmare Alley with Spencer at 6. Interesting. So before we get into this, let's actually take a look at what the Costume Designers Guild has. And this one is awesome. I love how they do it, but it's also, it makes it really frustrating when trying to use their awards for our purposes, because they do excellence in sci-fi fantasy film, excellence in contemporary film, and excellence in period film. So there's 15 different films here. So they have, for excellence in sci-fi fantasy, they have Dune, Green Knight, Matrix, Shang-Chi, Spider-Man, Suicide Squad. Contemporary film, Coming to America, Don't Look Up, In the Heights, No Time to Die, Zola. Period film, Cruella, which is a period film, I guess. Cyrano, House of Gucci, Nightmare Alley, and West Side Story. So this is great, and I love that they do this, but it really doesn't help us, unfortunately. Sci-fi television. Boba Fett. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. So don't really know if we can actually use that. I just wanted to point it out. I think it's great when guilds actually do that and try to reward their members as much as possible, especially when there are pretty distinct differences between the costuming in different types of film. So this top 5 here on Variety: Dune, West Side Story, Cruella, Nightmare Alley, and Cyrano. What's the overlap? We have Dune, Cruella, West Side Story, and Nightmare Alley? Dune, Cruella, West Side Story, and Nightmare Alley. Am I seeing that right? Dune, Cruella, West Side Story, and Nightmare Alley. Yes. So on this one, we have House of Gucci in 3, but over here it's in 7. And on this one, we have Cyrano in 5, but over here it's in 7. So it looks like there's a little bit of wiggle room, but the top 4 by consensus appear to be Cruella, Dune, West Side Story, and Nightmare Alley. I'm a little surprised to see Nightmare Alley in the top 5 for both. I think it well deserves it. I just wonder if like a film with a bit more overall esteem has a chance of getting in, like a Belfast, for example, which is not even anywhere. Wait, where is Belfast on this list? It's not really here. It's in 23rd. Haha. Get wrecked, as the children say. Okay, so maybe we don't consider Belfast then. Friends Dispatch, although I didn't really see it over here either. It's a number 8, so that's another one that could potentially get in. I think Dune, West Side Story, and Cruella are pretty much locks for this category. Nightmare Alley, I want to believe. I want to believe Nightmare Alley gets in. I'm just worried that a film with a slightly higher profile will sort of swoop in. Maybe not a Belfast, but maybe something else. Maybe House of Gucci. It could be House of Gucci. I think actually, yeah, the thing that probably happens here is that it's Dune, West Side Story, Cruella, and Cyrano with House of Gucci squeaking in. Though that seems like the most likely thing to me, because I really like, I want Nightmare Alley to get it, but I just don't think it has the name brand recognition to get in. But, you know, since we are dealing with like the Costume Guild, and I'm pretty sure it was listed over here in the period one, so it's at least nominated over here. Yeah, this would be a lot easier if we actually had the winners of these things, but they haven't happened yet. So, yeah. Okay. So I'll go to chat, see what you guys are saying. That's for editing. No best yeah, they tend to favor period over contemporary costumes for sure. Dune, you know, is technically a period film. It's just, you know, a future period film. So in that case, for period film, like all of these qualify. House of Gucci would qualify. Like these are all basically period films in one way or another. Cyrano for best costume. It's like Joseph saying Cruella, Dune, Gucci, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Nightmare Alley, but I don't know. Nightmare Alley is getting a lot of love by folks in the industry on social media. Don't sleep on Nightmare Alley having a big Oscars run. I guess that's true, eh? Like a couple of things I saw on Twitter in the last couple of days were people saying like, oh, Nightmare Alley, I think is on HBO Max now. And god damn it, I wish I had seen it in theaters. Like it looks so good and it's incredible and it's amazing. So maybe that's enough, but also like the voting is over for the Oscar nominations. And if Nightmare Alley didn't come out soon enough, then it wouldn't matter. All those nomination ballots would have been cast already. So just because people have been talking about it the last couple of days doesn't mean that there's momentum for it. If it gets nominated, then we'll know there's momentum, but don't take like the last week or so of people tweeting about it as any indication that it actually has a shot. If that was happening like over the last 3 to 4 weeks, sure. But I believe it came out very recently on streaming. Cruella, Dune, House of Gucci, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story. Still seeing Nightmare Alley here. I love it. I love this, but I don't know, y'all. Cruella and Gucci, movies about fashion tend to get in. Yep, I agree. Probably West Side for big period piece. People like Dune. Yeah, I think Dune's one of the films that's just gonna like get nominated for everything, like regardless. It's just kind of like on that level. It's basically like the Titanic of this year. I do think that Dune will get the most nominations this year, and I think it even has a shot of being nominated for pretty much everything it can be nominated for, except for like original song, because I don't believe there was an original Dune song. So I think it could actually come away with like 11 to 12 nominations, and it did get nominated for 11 BAFTAs. Cruella, Dune, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story, Cyrano. Cyrano might sneak in. Would love to see Cruella take home the Oscar for Best Costume Design. It was my favorite movie of the year, but the costumes were fantastic. Agree with your 5. Thank you, Chris. House of Gucci didn't get nominated by the BAFTAs for costume design. Interesting. Nightmare Alley and West Side Story felt like the most cinematic films of the year. Every frame so carefully crafted. Oh, yeah. Nightmare Alley is stunning. Like, stunning. I think with Spencer, Nightmare Alley and Spencer are going to be the films like a few years down the line where we're all just kind of shaking our heads and being like, why didn't those get nominated for anything? They were really good. Tragedy. Soho should be in this conversation. It's a period and about fashion. Oh, that's also true. But it seems like it's way. I mean, it's listed as number 10 here, and Gold Derby has it as 13. So it's pretty far out, at least according to these predictions. Are the Oscar noms announced live? Yes, they will be. It'll be very similar to the BAFTA nominations, except they will do all of the categories instead of just like the top 5 and then letting me run through the rest. But yeah, and they will be announced live Tuesday morning at 8:18 Eastern Standard Time. So if you would like to hang out with me as I live stream them and live react to them, get subscribed to the channel, hit the notification bell. That's the only way to do it. Okay. So I'll just reiterate my top 5 here. Dune, West Side Story, Cruella. Wait, what did I say? Dune, West Side Story, Cruella, Cyrano, and House of Gucci. I think that's what I said. Yeah, probably. I'll just change my mind on the actual morning and say that I was right regardless. But yeah, Dune, West Side Story, Cruella, Cyrano, and House of Gucci makes sense to me. Just not Belfast. Weird how Belfast has turned into like the Joker of this year for me. I just don't want it to win. That and House of Gucci. Actually, wait, I guess House of Gucci is more the Joker, especially with like Jared Leto potentially getting a nomination. All right, let's move on to cinematography. Oh, no, I did not want to open a new tab. Cinema. All right. So let's start off with Variety. Let's take a look at their top 5. Dune, Tragedy of Macbeth. First time we're seeing Tragedy of Macbeth in the top 5. Power of the Dog, Belfast, which is so stupid. I feel a rant coming on, y'all. And West Side Story also. And Gold Derby has it as Dune, Power of the Dog, Tragedy of Macbeth, Belfast, and West Side Story. Those are identical and in the same order. They even have Nightmare Alley as number 6. That's weird. All right. Well, I guess we kind of have consensus top 5 between the two, but we can also look at the American Society of Cinematographers to see who they nominated. And once again, the people who are eligible for the American cinematographer, I forgot the name of these guys already. The American Society of Cinematographers are people who are members of this. So it will be specifically American cinematographers. So I believe Belfast is listed here. But not everyone, if you do not belong to this guild, you will not get nominated, right? It's not really a guild, it's a society. So there is some wiggle room here as well. But we do have the Tragedy of Macbeth, which is on the list, Dune, which is on the list, Power of the Dog, which is on the list, and Belfast, which is on the list, and Nightmare Alley, which is not on the list. But it is number 6 in both. And I believe this is something that we talked about last time, and this kind of goes along with what I was saying about if you're not in the American Society of Cinematographers and you won't get nominated. Janusz Kaminski, who is basically Spielberg's cinematographer forever, he left the American Cinematographer Society or Society of Cinematographers in 2006. So he wouldn't be eligible for their nominations. So I think this top 5 is probably correct. I would love to see Nightmare Alley get in, and I would love it to beat out Belfast. The cinematography in Belfast is just not that great. And it's another example of this film stumbling into awards that it has no right being nominated for. And I know that kind of means that I'm sort of calling the American Cinematographer Society wrong, and that my opinion is correct and all of these professional cinematographers are wrong. But I feel correct. I feel very correct in this instance. I'm probably wrong, but there is nothing about the cinematography in Belfast that impressed me at all. Whereas all of these other films are doing something that looks sick. Put Titan in this category before you put Belfast in. Put Licorice Pizza in this category before you put Belfast in. Put Spencer in this category before you put Belfast in. Like, this is almost an anyone but Belfast category to me. Like, just get it out. Just don't even have it there. Passing. Put fucking Passing in this top 5 and not Belfast. You want to talk to me about black and white cinematography? Passing greater than Belfast. 1000 percentile. Fuck it. Put Beating the Ricardos in here. And actually, no, don't put Beating the Ricardos in here. I take that back. But yeah, I feel like this is the top 5. Dune, Tragedy of Macbeth, Power of the Dog, Belfast, and West Side Story. I feel like this is the top 5 that gets in. I don't like the fact that Belfast is here, but I think this is actually the top 5 that we get. If Belfast gets booted out in favor of Nightmare Alley, I will sing and dance privately, not on live stream. I would never subject you all to my singing and or dancing. But yeah, get Belfast out of here, in my opinion. Which I feel like I shouldn't even have to say, but I do on occasion. God, let's see. Where are we at with the chat? Soho should be in this conversation as a period piece about fashion. I think that was talking more about for costume design. Dune, Power... Oh, yeah. So Joseph, his top 5 for Joseph: Dune, Power of the Dog, Macbeth, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story. So it looks like you're doing the same thing that I want to do. I wish. Macbeth looks amazing, but kind of limited. I think that was more due to the production design choices of it. Like, they do a lot of great stuff with lighting in Tragedy of Macbeth, which I would love to see. I would love to see that recognized. Brett saying Dune, Power of the Dog, Macbeth, Belfast, and West Side Story. I can see Nightmare Alley booting West Side Story out though. Oh, interesting. So you feel like West Side Story is on the outs. See, for me, I feel like the camera work in West Side Story is basically, it gets it like an automatic nomination. Plus, they as well have some really great shots using light and shadow, like when the Jets and the Sharks enter in that warehouse and you get that overhead shot of their shadows like creeping in. I think it's in the trailer, so I'm sure everyone has seen it. Like, that's a great shot, you know? It's kind of like one of those shots that you sometimes see in a, what's his name? In a Roger Deakins film where you're just like, oh, this is the shot where he wins best cinematography. Like this one right here. That kind of shot in West Side Story to me is kind of like, ooh, yeah, you really want to win this. You're very good at your job and you want to win an award because of this. So I think West Side Story still keeps it in. The Licorice Pizza cinematographer is beautiful in its 70s aesthetic. Yeah. And I will say, when I saw Licorice Pizza on Friday, it was in 70mm, and I feel like the focus was a little off. It wasn't quite as sharp as I think it should have been, but still looked really good. Power of the Dog cinematography is painterly gorgeous. Frames from Power of the Dog could be paintings. You want another great example of that, Peter? I would recommend the Alfred Hitchcock film, The Trouble with Harry. Check that film out because once again, like it's literally every shot is a painting. It's pretty wild. Absolutely can agree more. Like Ladybird, it really deserves a nom, but it looks like it won't. Think talking about Licorice Pizza. Nightmare Alley gets in for me. Cool. Yamas was nominated in ASC in 2007, 2012. Oh, so West Side Story was legit snubbed by the ASC. Oh, interesting. Well, never mind then, Brett. Thank you for keeping me honest. The camera work of Licorice Pizza feels organic and flows beautifully. Yeah, and a lot of the tracking shots where people were running and things like that, it actually becomes a very important thing to understanding the ending of the film. So it's important in that way as well. And I always love to like privilege films. Like last year, I was talking about how The Father should win Best Production Design because the production design, the production design was such an integral thing to understanding the film and the interactions between the characters. I think the cinematography in Licorice Pizza was doing a lot of that same heavy lifting. Maybe a little bit more subtly than the production design in The Father, but a lot of the same stuff going on. And so if Titan sneaked in, there would be precedent in a foreign film sneaking in. That's true. That is true. I don't see it sneaking in, though. I wish, but I don't think it will. I agree West Side Story shouldn't be booted at all, but I don't trust the Academy. Fair enough. Nor should you. So I'll just reiterate my top 5. I think it's going to be Dune, The Tragedy of Macbeth, The Power of the Dog, Belfast, and West Side Story. I hope, beyond hope, that Nightmare Alley boots Belfast, but I don't see it happening. Dory saying my favorite cinematography in 2021 was The Eternals. When that big Titan dude came out of the ocean, that looks sick. I'll give that movie that. Wasn't a big fan of how the rest of the film was shot, personally. But I think that's enough on cinematography. Let's move on to production design. We're getting to the big ones, everybody. All right. Awesome. First problem with this top 5 is that the tragedy of Macbeth is not in it. So I kind of just want to ignore I want to ignore it altogether. Production. How the fuck do you not nominate the tragedy of Macbeth in production design? Are you kidding? That entire movie is production design. All right, let's take a look at the variety tops. We got Dune, Nightmare Alley, French Dispatch, West Side Story, and Cyrano with Licorice Pizza on the outside looking in. And then for Gold Derby, we have Dune, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story, The French Dispatch, and Tragedy of Macbeth with Cyrano and Belfast looking in, although they seem to be fairly low on the predict nominate, meter, if you want to call it that. So what do we think about this? I think so it's not perfect overlap because the Tragedy of Macbeth is not here, but I believe we have Dune, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story, and French Dispatch. Yep, so it's really just Cyrano and Tragedy of Macbeth trading blows here, although Variety has Tragedy of Macbeth all the way down in 9th, which, quite frankly, is such bullshit. And I do like how Gold Derby has basically Tragedy of Macbeth in number 5 and Cyrano is number 6. And I think that's probably a better way of looking at this category because the notion that Tragedy of Macbeth would be this far down is fucking ludicrous to me. Also, Power of the Dog being this far down also seems strange to me. And it's also number 11 down here, lower than even The Last Duel. That seems odd to me as well. But if we just think about the films and the actual production design around them, French Dispatch, first of all, makes a lot of sense. That's one film that is very production design centric, focused, in the same way that we were just talking about in the previous category. Nightmare Alley. If any film beats Dune for this, it's Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley production design is so gorgeous. So gorgeous. If anything beats Dune in this category, it better be Nightmare Alley and nothing else. And yeah, we've got Dune here. So I'm going to just flat out disagree with Variety and go with the Gold Derby top 5 because I think this is probably what we end up getting. Cyrano on the outside looking in makes sense. Not in the way that I disagree that it shouldn't be there, but I think Tragedy of Macbeth probably has a bit more going for it. It's so eye-catching, the production design, you know? It's like the production design is like, in that film, the production design like kicks down the door, brings in a keg of beer, puts it in the middle of the party and says, fuck you, let's go. Like, that's what the production design of Tragedy of Macbeth is. So, and it's so well executed that I feel like it kind of just has to get nominated. Like, the category makes no sense without Tragedy of Macbeth in there in the top 5. So I feel pretty comfortable with the Gold Derby top 5. Let's see what everyone else is saying here. Just randomly, Jessica Chastain is a beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. No argument. Don't know how that conversation got started, but all right. Belfast, Dune, Nightmare Alley, Power of the Dog, Tragedy of Macbeth, but I really hope Licorice Pizza sneaks in. Dr. David, I assume you're talking about production design at this point? Every shot of Trouble with Harry kind of is a painting. Joke about most of the woods being set with painted backdrops. Oh, true. I was thinking more of like the visual composition, but yeah. Cyrano is getting in for art director, production design. The Academy loves nominating Sarah Greenwood and Katie Spencer. Ah, Kevin, that's an interesting take. So maybe I'm wrong then. Okay, so if then we agree then that Cyrano is probably going to get in, and I think Tragedy of Macbeth must get in, it's essential for it to get in, what drops out? Based on what else is in the top 5, I would say probably West Side Story. It has very good production design, but if Cyrano must get in and Tragedy of Macbeth must get in, then West Side Story of the remaining 4 seems to be the weakest in this area. So that would probably mean what that would probably have to be what we're talking about here. Kevin saying, I wish No Time to Die got in for cinematography. It did look really nice. Not gonna lie. We got Joseph saying Dune, Nightmare Alley, Macbeth, West Side Story, and French Dispatch. So no Cyrano there. Dune, French Dispatch, Nightmare Alley, Power of the Dog, and Tragedy of Macbeth. Though Licorice Pizza could get in here too. It got into the guilds. Interesting. Alexis asking if I like Licorice Pizza. It's complicated. I'll get to that after we're done the nominations. I really enjoyed the last dual production design. Yep. Oh, Dr. David saying I meant West Side Story, not Power of the Dog. Fair. I think Villeneuve will win Best Director. Will he get nominated? That is something we have to consider, considering he didn't get nominated at the BAFTAs. I'm with Gold Derby top 5 too, says Brett. West Side Story can't be snubbed for everything. It could, though. And it's not going to get snubbed for everything. Like, it's going to get Best Supporting Actress nomination and probably a win. Fair chance that Spielberg gets Best Director nomination. It's probably going to get Best Cinematography. Like, it's not going to get snubbed for everything. I just think that in the categories where there are much stronger contenders, there's not going to be a lot of push to, like, get West Side Story into every category. Eek saying, disagree, West Side over Macbeth for production design. Tell me more about that. let me know why you think that. West Side Story came. Oh yeah. No chance West Side Story gets bumped in production design. I think it might. I think it could. But that's only if we're saying that Cyrano is like also a lock, which I haven't seen it, so I can't say one way or the other. So for my 5, I'm gonna stick with the Gold Derby top 5: Dune, Nightmare Alley, West Side Story, The French Dispatch, and Tragedy of Macbeth. But it seems like this one has a lot of play going on with it. There's a lot of stuff that could happen, that could change. We'll have to wait and see, but I feel pretty comfortable with this top 5. So now we move on to Best Animated Feature, also known as the Disney Award. Animated Feature. Probably also just called the Encanto Award at this point. Like, what discussion can we possibly have here? Let's see. I'm actually curious to see about where Belle comes out in all of this. So, variety. We have Encanto, The Mitchells vs. the Machines, Flea, Raya the Last Dragon, and Luca. So 3 Disneys on Netflix and a Danish documentary. Over on Gold Derby, we have Encanto, Luca, The Mitchells vs. the Machines, Flea, and Raya the Last Dragon. So exactly the same top 5. We have Sing 2 and Belle on the outside looking in, although notably, I will say that Belle still has over 1,000 predict nominations, even though it's in 7th. And for most of these other ones that we've been looking at, when you get out of the top 5, the predict nominations go way down. And even though this is still like a 4th of what people are predicting for Raya the Last Dragon, it is higher than what we would typically see in other categories. But also Belle here is listed at 8th, and I don't know what it would supplant in this top 5. Like, I feel like this is the same top 5 that we've been talking about for the last like few months. Like, I don't think this top 5 has changed at all. I think at one point Sing 2 might have been in here, or it's nominated for something somewhere else. We have Alexa saying fuck Mitchell versus the Machines. That's very strong. Chris saying Belle bumps Raya, but Encanto wins. We also have the Annie Awards we can look at and see what they have to say. And they, for Best Feature, have Encanto, Luca, Raya the Last Dragon, Sing 2, and the Mitchells versus the Machines. So no Flea here. But also Best Indie Feature, which appears to just mean Best Film Not Done in America. For Belle, Flea, Fortune Favors, Lady, Nikiko, Pumpo the Cinephile. Hey, that's a movie I should watch. And The Summit of the Gods. So, yeah, this is actually a very strange way to do this, because like these are not independent studios. I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. This is a weird way of thinking about it. Flea, yeah, I can see getting in here. I don't know. I guess they're just more independent studios in Japan, and then that gets you like Belle, Fortune Favors, Lady Nikiko Nikiko. Fortune favors Lady Nikiko and Pumpo the Cinephile. Gotta watch this. Gotta watch this. What is this? What is this movie? What the fuck? Reels of film. What is this? I don't understand. How has this been off my radar? I literally call all of you guys cinephile. How has this not come up for me? All right. That's one that I'll have to think about for later. But yes. So we did have people here saying that Belle kind of gets in. And Kevin here, for example, saying Raya the Last Dragon getting snubbed for animated feature. It seems like it's in 5th place here for Gold Derby. It's in 4th place here ahead of Luca. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't really comment on it. It feels like of the 3 Disney films, it's the one that's gotten the least amount of... It has the least amount going for it. It was released during the pandemic. I don't even think it went to theaters because of the pandemic. So yeah, and plus like there's already a bunch of Disney films. So maybe it drops off. Maybe. I mean, Encanto is a safe bet. I think Flea is a pretty safe bet as well. Luca is, of course, a safe bet. So there's 3. The Mitchells versus the Machines is in a lot of these lists. So that makes a lot of sense as well. Like it's here, it's in Gold Derby, it's nominated for the feature, studio feature for the Annies. So that makes sense to number 4. Yeah, I mean, if Raya the Last Dragon drops off, it seems like Sing 2 is the thing that gets in ahead of it. So I think the question here is not like, can Belle take the place of Raya the Last Dragon in the top 5? It's if Raya the Last Dragon drops out, then it's probably Sing 2, right? Like it's just going to be another American film. I don't think Belle really had the release to give it a good shot at this. It was just released like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago in like limited release in North America. And I was just able to see it for the first time like last week. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful film. But I don't know if it has enough momentum to actually get in the top 5. The only thing in its favor here is that with the animated feature people being the branch nominating this one, there is absolutely a love for Japanese animation among those people. That's why you can sometimes count on a Hayao Miyazaki film like The Wind Rises or Spirited Away getting nominated, right? So maybe it gets in on that. I just don't know if there's enough of that sentiment in order to put it in over Raya the Last Dragon and to then also leapfrog Sing 2. So yeah, I don't really know what to say about this outside of the 4. Like, my head is saying that this top 5 is the correct top 5. My heart absolutely wants Belle to be nominated because I want a bunch of people to see it because it's visually stunning. It has a couple of original songs in it that are incredible. Like, never have I ever almost been brought to tears while watching a floating whale just go slowly across the screen. Some of the stuff that this film does is pretty incredible. I think it does have like some narrative issues with it that would keep it from winning the category, certainly. And I don't think anything is touching Encanto. So yeah, I think the top 5 is basically this top 5 that we're seeing here. And if there's going to be an upset of like Raya the Last Dragon dropping off as a number 5, it's probably Sing 2 that like gets in there. We just did move on, Dr. David. He likes licorice pizza, but doesn't like some of the toppings like bell peppers. Encanto, Mitchell's, Luca, Flea, Sing 2, fuck Mitchell versus the Machines. Bell bumps Raya, but Encanto wins. I can see Raya and the Last Dragon getting snubbed for animated feature. I think Alexis here is talking about that Cinephile movie. Luca is Pixar. Raya drops because only room for one Disney animation production. I don't think that's necessarily true. I'm sure the animated crafts people will have seen everything. Yeah, I mean, if it was made available to them, right? I don't know if Belle would have made it available to them. These nominations are controlled by the Guild. Sing 2 is just a placeholder. It's not Toy Story. I'd go for Belle. Fair enough. Sing 2, biggest animated film of the year. From a box office perspective, is that true? I would have thought it was Encanto. I thought that movie killed at the box office. Interesting. All right. Well, I'm still going to go with this as my 5. Hopefully Belle sneaks in. But yeah, pretty sure that's going to be our top 5. But we will have to see. Certainly Encanto is getting in. We can all agree on that. Best Adapted Screenplay, everybody. Ooh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Screenplay. Take me to the screenplay, you jerk. Wait. Adapted Screenplay. All right. So here with Variety, we have The Power of the Dog, Lost Daughter, Coda, Passing, and Drive My Car. This is an interesting category because I think this is an example of a category where we're going to get a bunch of directors, a bunch of writer-directors getting nominated here because they're probably not getting nominated for Best Director. So Jane Campion getting nominated for Best Director. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Maggie Gyllenhaal, probably not. Cyan Heder for Coda, probably not. Rebecca Hall for Passing, probably not. And Rizuki Hamaguchi, probably not. Although he does have an outside chance of getting nominated for Best Director at this point, but we'll talk about that. So all 5 of these people also directed their film. And I think they stand a good shot of getting in because of that. I know Dune, as an example, was nominated for Best Screenplay at the BAFTAs. I don't think that plays here. We can take a look at the Writers Guild ones for Best Adapted as well. They have Coda, Dune, Nightmare Alley, Tick, Tick, Boom, and West Side Story. That's far different. And yes, I think this is the first appearance of The Lost Daughter. These are far different nominees. Actually, what is the overlap, if any? Oh, yeah, I think a few of these wouldn't get in here because they're not part of the WGA. Like Jane Campion, I don't believe is. So Coda, Dune, Nightmare Alley, Tick, Tick, Boom, West Side Story. So Coda overlaps. And that's the only one. All right, let's see what Gold Derby has to say. Power of the Dog, Coda, The Lost Daughter, West Side Story, and Dune. So Power of the Dog, Coda overlaps. The Lost Daughter overlaps. West Side Story and Dune do not. They instead here have Passing and Drive My Car. Interesting. Yeah, Dr. David, I think you're right. I don't think Dune gets in here. I don't like, even though it's nominated here for the WGA, I don't think the script is good enough, honestly. Which is weird to say, but I think the fact there's not really a lot of memorable performances from Dune, or at least not, like, no one is getting nominated for a Best Actor, Actress, anything for Dune, and I think that actually kind of hurts its screenplay chances. Whereas for all of these, like, they all have standout performances, right? Like Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, most of the main cast in Power of the Dog, Coda, their 4 leads. Passing, we had Tessa Thompson getting nominated for a BAFTA, as well as Ruth Negga getting probably getting nominated for Best Supporting Actress as well. Drive My Car, there's an outside shot that its main gets into the Best Lead Actor category, although we'll talk about that in a bit. So, yeah, I don't think Dune gets in. I think West Side Story, its chances, I don't know. You guys let me know what you think about this. I think the fact that West Side Story is like the second adaptation of a stage musical that has already been adapted into a film once, I think that hurts it, right? I think that does hurt it a little bit. Whereas for the rest of these, as far as I know, they are the first film adaptations of the source material, to the best of my knowledge. Excuse me. Also, side note, something that's kind of fun. If Drive My Car gets nominated and wins, that would mean that Janus Films, also known as the Criterion Collection, would win an Oscar, which is kind of cool. So yeah, I'm tending to say that I think Power of the Dog gets nominated. I think The Lost Daughter gets nominated. I'm not entirely sold on Coda here, but it's in both, so I guess I kind of have to. I don't think it's West Side Story, and I don't think it's Dune. I don't think it's Tragedy of Macbeth. Okay, so Power of the Dog, The Lost Daughter, Passing. God, I would love to see Drive My Car get nominated. This one's actually really tough. Yeah, they have Passing way lower here for Gold Derby. And yeah, I remember what I was saying for like Bell having over 1,000. Like even down here at the number 8 position, we have almost 2,000 for Nightmare Alley. So I think Drive My Car at almost 2,700. That says to me that it has kind of a good shot. All right. I think what we have to say here is that it's Power of the Dog, Lost Daughter, Drive My Car, Coda, I guess, because it's top 3 in both. And then I just don't know if Passing gets in. Like Passing is really well written, but I don't know if it gets in, but I also don't know what replaces it. Help me out, chat. Power of the Dog, The Lost Daughter, Coda, Drive My Car, Dune. I'm not sure Dune gets in here. Never underestimate. Oh, that's talking back about animation. Dune, Tick Tick Boom, The Power of the Dog, West Side Story, and The Lost Daughter. Tick Tick Boom would be an interesting nomination, Ella. I think that would work well. For me, Coda, Drive My Car, and Power of the Dog get in. Then it's between The Lost Daughter, Tick Tick Boom, Nightmare Alley, and West Side Story. I'd go for Lost Daughter and Tick Tick Boom. I mean, I'd love that. It's pretty like Tick Tick Boom is kind of far out for both of these, isn't it? It's in the 10 spot for both of these. And just looking at the Writers Guild, Tick Tick Boom is nominated here. And so is Nightmare Alley. This one's hard, guys. This one's hard. Rebecca deserves supporting actress nom for Dune, but nobody else. Yeah, I think she comes the closest, but I still don't even think that she makes it. I've lost track of time, and it's 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, that's what happens when you're streaming with TJ. Time just flies, because I can't stop talking ever. Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley is a great adaptation. Yeah, the original Nightmare Alley is great, by the way. If you've never seen the 1940s film starring Tyrone Power, do yourself a favor. That's a good one. Regarding musical remakes, A Star Is Born was nominated a lot. That's true. Yeah, so that kind of, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That's a really good counterpoint to what I was saying. So, oof. Oof. All right. I'll just do my top 5. I'll try to oof my way through this. Power of the Dog, Drive My Car, The Lost Daughter, Coda, that's 4. I don't think Passing gets it. I'm also just looking at Drive My Car. Does it actually get in? Because I really like the idea of Nightmare Alley, Tick Tick Boom getting in there with Power of the Dog, Lost Daughter, and Coda, and then Passing and Drive My Car miss. But I also really like the idea of Drive My Car getting in there. All right. Power of the Dog, The Lost Daughter, Passing. I think Drive My Car is top 5 for both of these, right? So that's probably, well, it's number 6 there. Okay. Power of the Dog, Lost Daughter, Coda, Drive My Car, Tick Tick Boom. I'll say that's my 5. It's tough though. God damn it. I'm probably going to change my mind about the number 5 position quite a bit. Scenes from a Marriage, Marriage Story, Gone Girl. Oh, wait. In The Lost Daughter, to list of proud classics of dysfunctional relationships. Yep. Regarding musical, we already read that. The Lost Daughter is evil. I like The Lost Daughter. Well, most beloved is Tony Kressner in Hollywood. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. A Rising Tide raises all ships. Says Joseph. In regards to Dune, Power of the Dog, Nightmare Alley, The Lost Daughter, West Side Story, says Peter, plus one other, I assume. Yeah, so I'll say my top 4 for sure is Power of the Dog, Lost Daughter, Coda, and Drive My Car. And something gets in for number 5. Probably Tick Tick Boom, Nightmare Alley, or... Oh, I don't think it's Passing. So it's going to be one of either Nightmare Alley or Tick Tick Boom. Yeah. I'm not going to give a definitive 5 on that because I'm never going to be able to make up my mind. So let's just move on to Best Original Screenplay, which hopefully is right below. Huzzah! This is actually, I think, another one where it's a bunch of directors getting nominated. Yeah, 4 of them. What's up with these directors writing? Don't they know that they're taking away jobs from writers? All right, so we got Licorice Pizza, Belfast. Boo. Don't Look Up, King Richard, and Being the Ricardos. Aaron Sorkin get fucked on this one. And then here we have Licorice Pizza, Belfast, Don't Look Up, King Richard, and Being the Ricardos. Is that the same in the same order? Yes, it is. Well, shit. I guess that means that's probably what the top 5 is going to be. Let's check out the Writers Guild for Best Original. Being the Ricardos, Don't Look Up, The French Dispatch, King Richard, and Licorice Pizza. So where does The French Dispatch rate in these lists? 7 and 9. And then what gets left out by the Writers Guild? It is Don't Look Up? No, it's not Don't Look Up. Why can't I do this in my mind? Oh, it's Belfast, I think. But that's probably because it's written by Kenneth Branagh, who is not a member of the Writers Guild, I'm going to guess. Although he might be. I Love the Lost Daughter. It just gives me chills, although technically it's not a horror movie. I kind of think it is a low-key horror movie based on the way it was shot and put together. Chris saying Sorkin will not get nominated here. Ooh, who do you think he nominates? Or who gets nominated over Sorkin? Because the guy's got a lot of name brand recognition. Wasn't there a WGA strike or WGA issues? No, there was IATSE issues, labor issues back in the summer. But I don't think that included the Writers Guild. I don't really care for King Richard or Ricardo, but they will probably both get in. Yeah, this is probably one of those categories where we're just going to have to swallow our pride. For this, yeah. Like, Licorice Pizza makes a lot of sense. Don't Look Up. I'm not going to say that I want Don't Look Up to be there, but yeah. I think, yeah, this is I guess this one's pretty easy since it's pretty much unanimous. So I'm just going to pick this as my top 5. Licorice Pizza, Belfast, Don't Look Up, King Richard, and Being the Ricardos. If there is a god, a Satan, someone or other, I would take Belfast off of here, and I would take Don't Look Up off of here, and I would take everything off of here except for Licorice Pizza in the top 5, and replace it with, oh god, Pig, Red Rocket, Titan, Spencer. Bam. We just made that a way better top 5. Licorice Pizza, Pig, Red Rocket, Titan, and Spencer. That's your real top 5, everyone. Oh my goodness. The fact that all 4 of those films are like not even in the top 10 is, it hurts my soul. Hurts my non-existent ginger soul. All right, so yeah, let's call top 5 on this one. Licorice Pizza, Belfast, Don't Look Up, King Richard, Being the Ricardos. It seems like there's a lot of unanimity between Variety and Gold Derby and the Writers Guild. So I'm happy with that, even though I'm not overly happy with it. Let's see what everyone else is saying. Belfast, Licorice Pizza, Don't Look Up, King Richard, and Parallel Mothers for me gets in. Remember The White Tiger last year. That's true. So there is the possibility for a foreign language film to get in here as well. And Parallel Mothers is listed as number 6 on both of them. In Gold Derby, it's pretty low. And Mass actually has more overall predict nominations than Parallel Mothers right now. And I mean, I think Mass actually could be one of those films that gets like a little bit of momentum because it's very well liked, I believe. But yeah, I don't think Mass really has a shot here, but it's nice to see that a lot of people are picking it. Yeah. So this is my 5. This is the 5 that my head says will get in. But as I said, there are a lot of other films that I would much prefer to get in here. Yeah. Yeah, that's about all I need to say on that. The French Dispatch is fun, but it might be too frenetic for most tastes. I like frenetic, as long as it's like good frenetic. Being the Ricardos, otherwise called What You Have to Understand, or Can We Have the Room for a Minute, is way worse than Belfast. Yeah, I mean, I don't want either of them on here. Saw French Dispatch yesterday, really dug it. I still need to see it. It's playing at one of my local theaters, so maybe I'll see it this week. When Chicago 7 didn't win, The Love Affair was over. Ah, yes, true. I have a magazine over on my shelf that gives a very searing review of the Trial of the Chicago 7. Maybe one day I'll get on stream and just like read that review because it's kind of like it's a big fuck you to Aaron Sorkin, and it's kind of great. It's a great review. CinemaScope is the magazine for all of you out there who perhaps have access to libraries that would have CinemaScope. I would suggest going back a couple of issues and looking at the Trial of the Chicago 7 review. It's great. So yeah, I don't think we need to do much more here. I think, yeah, it's kind of like, it's a really boring category, actually. All right, Best Supporting Actress, getting into the big ones. Supporting. I spelt supporting wrong somehow. Come on, Best Supporting Actress. All right. So let's go through the variety ones. Ariana DeBose for West Side Story. Kirsten Dunst for Power of the Dog. Katrina Belfi for Belfast. Kate Blanchett for Nightmare Alley. Really? And Ingenue Ellis for King Richard, with Jessie Buckley for The Lost Daughter, and Ruth Negga for Passing on the Outside Looking In. For Gold Derby, we have Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, Katrina Belfi, Ingenue Ellis, and Ruth Negga, with Marlee Matlin and Ann Dowd as the 6 and 7. Kate Blanchett and Jessie Buckley all the way down in 9 and 10. So I wonder how much the BAFTAs play into this. I think Academy voting was done by the time the BAFTAs came out. So looking at the SAG nominees is probably our best bet, which I have here somewhere. The Screen Actors Guild. Hooray. Let's get to the right one. So they have Katarina Belfi, Kate Blanchett, Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, and Ruth Negga, which is kind of an amalgamation of both lists. I don't know, Chad. What are you thinking about this? I think Ariana DeBose is a number one for sure. Katarina Belfi is also a for sure. At this point, I don't know. Do we say? Ingenue Ellis is not in the SAG one, so maybe she's not. Maybe she's on the outside here. I also think Kate Blanchett's a little bit of a weird one. God, this is tough. All right, so I'm going to say Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, and Katarina Belfi get in. That makes sense. That's 3. Ingenue Ellis is in both of these lists, but not in the SAGs, and she's only 5th here and listed 4th here, so I could see her getting pushed out, but pushed out for who? Well, Jessie Buckley got the BAFTA nomination, but that could have just been one of the critics' picks, which really doesn't tell us much. Plus, the BAFTAs were announced after Oscar ballot clothing, after Oscar voting was closed. Kate Blanchett does appear here, and she's listed in the SAG as well. So I think we could probably put Kate Blanchett as the number 4. So Katarina Belfi, Kate Blanchett, Ariana DeBose, and Kirsten Dunst. So then it comes down to whether we think Ruth Negga gets in or not. She's listed here in 5th. She's listed here in 7th. Does she get in over Ingenue Ellis and Jessie Buckley? Probably. I'm going to say probably to that. I think she has a much better chance of getting in than Jessie Buckley. And Ingenue Ellis really, like, as a supporting character in King Richard, she's like probably number 4 on the depth chart as far as like people who are important to the story. Obviously, you have the 2 kids playing Venus and Serena Williams. You have the Punisher playing the tennis coach, and then her probably. So we have Cyan Thomas. First time seeing you in the chat. Welcome. I'm pulling for Ruth Negga over all of them. I'm just trying to figure out if she actually gets nominated, and I think she does. So yeah, I think my top I think my top 5 here is going to be Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, uh, uh, Katarina Belfi, Kate Blanchett, and Ruth Negga. And I feel pretty happy with that because I think that's exactly what the SAG Awards have picked. Yeah, see, I'm just being basic. I'm just basic, going with what SAG's telling me. Awards that I would love to see kind of sneak, or performances I would love to see sneak in if possible. I've heard Ann Dowd in Mass is great, and she was nominated for a BAFTA, but once again, doesn't really work. I also know a lot of people fucking love Catherine Hunter for Tragedy Macbeth playing the witch, or witch and witches, both singular and plural. And I do think that Dakota Johnson in The Lost Daughter is really fucking good. Like, she has an ability to play someone who is putting like a brave face on a lot of pain. That's like her bread and butter. And she does it so well in The Lost Daughter. You can just see like the underlying emotional trauma in her character, even though she's always just kind of like smiling when she's talking to Olivia Colman's character. That style of acting, oof, she's really good at it. Also, Susanna Son for Red Rocket probably shouldn't be understated here as well. But I don't think any of these really have a shot outside of the top 5 that we're looking at. So Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, Katarina Belfi, Kate Blanchett, and Ruth Negga is my pick. Let's see what chat is saying. Kirsten Dunst is Peter's pick. DeBose, Dunst, Belfi, Ellis, and Negga. Outside shot for Dowd, says Joseph. Matlin bumps Belfast. Interesting. Wait, you think Marley Matlin for Coda bumps Katarina Belfi? Really? That's interesting. I think Katarina Belfi, she was like basically the number 1 pick until West Side Story came out. So yeah, that's a fascinating take. Ariana DeBose, Ingenue Ellis, Ruth Negga, Kirsten Dunst, and Katarina Belfi, says Ella. I have DeBose, Dunst, Belfi, Negga, and Ellis, but I'm not counting out Marley Matlin and Ann Dowd. Man, more love for Marley Matlin here than I was expecting. West Wing fans, show up. Ariana DeBose is a lock. Kirsten Dunst is a lock. Kate Blanchett is loved by the Academy. That is very true. And like, to her credit, she is very good in Nightmare Alley. She is kind of playing like that sort of femme fatale stereotype, but she does it in a creepy Kate Blanchett way that I really love. Is DeBose the biggest frontrunner in any category? I would guess yes. Outside of like Encanto for animated film, I think she's pretty high up. But you can see here, like, predict nomination. Kirsten Dunst has more people like putting her in the top 5. And she's running at 4-1 odds, whereas Ariana DeBose is running at 70-20 odds, which is the same thing as 7-2 odds, which is the same thing as 3.5-1 odds. So those are pretty close. Rebecca Ferguson really deserves this nod, but probably not. Yeah, she's not anywhere close. I kind of wish there would be a tie between Dunst and Negga. Has there ever been a dead tie at the Oscars? Yes. I believe there has been a tie before. I just can't remember for what. Yeah, King Richard is ridiculously overrated. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Catherine Hunter was dope. I agree. Oh yeah. You're right, Belfi, but Matlin is my dark horse. Cool. I appreciate that. And she's number 6 here, according to Gold Derby. So you're not that far off the mark. I don't think Blanchett gets in. It's too easy for her. I also think it's a really easy pick for a lot of voters to make. So I wouldn't count her out. All right. But I think that's enough on that. I'm saying, once again, Ariana DeBose, Kirsten Dunst, Katarina Belfi, Ruth Negga, and Kate Blanchett. Those are my 5. Oh, yeah. So Dr. David's saying Hepburn and Streisand tied for Best Actress in 1968. And thank you, Chris, as well, for throwing that in there. All right. Let's move on to the next big one. Where are we at? Where are those links? Supporting actor. And are you... Nope, that's best... Or wait. Da-da-da. Yeah, best supporting actor. This is another one that I think is kind of a lock at this point, but let's talk about the top 5 first. So for Variety, we've got Cody Schmidt McPhee. I always want to switch his last names around. For Power of the Dog, we have Troy Kotsur for Coda. We have Bradley Cooper for Licorice Pizza. Clarion Hines for Belfast, and J.K. Simmons for being the Ricardos. I think there's a lot of issues with this top 5. And then over at Gold Derby, we have Cody Schmidt McPhee, Troy Kotsur, Syrian Hines, Bradley Cooper, and Jared Leto, with Jamie Dorian and Mike Fest on the outside looking in. And sorry, the 6 and 7 over here were Jamie Dornan, for Belfast, and Jared Leto for House of Gucci. So if we look at the SAGs, we have Ben Affleck for The Tender Bar, who is not in the top 7 of either of those lists we looked at. Bradley Cooper for Licorice Pizza, Troy Kotsur for Coda, Jared Leto for House of Gucci, and Cody Schmidt McPhee for The Power of the Dog. So the only ones that are in all 3 of these are Cody Schmidt McPhee, Troy Kotsur, and Bradley Cooper, which leaves us with needing to pick the final 2. And I know a lot of people are saying Jared Leto. But I personally cannot put that man in the top 5 for that performance. I don't know what SAG is doing here. And I know that I should be relying on them to give me like the best odds at picking the top 5. But I just have to have a little bit of faith in humanity and think that the people who are in the Academy, who are actors that are not in SAG, are just not going to vote for Jared Leto because they are intelligent people who see that performance for what it is. So I think Cody Schmidt McPhee gets in. I think Troy Kotsur gets in. I kind of don't want Bradley Cooper in here, but since he's like universal among the 3 things we're looking at, he makes sense as the number 3 guy. I personally don't think Clarion Hines does enough to get nominated here. I don't think J.K. Simmons does enough to get nominated here. Then who is it? Jesse Plemons got the BAFTA, but that could have been the critics. Ben Affleck for The Tender Bar got in for the SAG, but he's not really in either of these 2 lists in any sort of meaningful way. Like he's 9 here and 8 here. This is going to be another one to pick a proper top 5. Top 3 certainly is Cody Schmidt McPhee, Troy Kotsur, and Bradley Cooper. If you would have asked me a couple of months ago, I would have said probably Jamie Dornan and Jesse Plemons as the 4 and 5. And I kind of want to stick with that. But then these guys. Yeah. So maybe Clarion Hines isn't part of SAG though, and that could be why he's not here. I don't think it's Jared Leto and Ben Affleck. I just don't think it's them. Okay, so my 5 will then be Cody Schmidt McPhee, Troy Kotsur, Bradley Cooper, Jamie Dornan. Having second thoughts about Jesse Plemons as well. But I'll say Jesse Plemons, even though I think I'm wrong, but I'm going to say Jesse Plemons because there's just, I know I'm supposed to be using my head here, but I just cannot put Jared Leto in the top 5. And Ben Affleck, I think he's in the SAG one because like Clarion Hines and Jamie Dornan are not in SAG. Well, I mean, Jamie Dornan would be in SAG, but Clarion Hines might not be. And that's why they're not here. Yeah. I think that's how it's going to go. But let's look at the chat. Hot take, both Power of the Dog supporting actors get in. Chris, I like what you're saying there. We also have people saying Bradley Cooper, Cody Schmidt McPhee, Jared Leto getting in. I hope not. Just saying McPhee, Kotsur, Hines, Leto, Plemons. So we're somewhat agreeing, although you're putting Leto in and I don't want to. Get ready for the Jared Leto show. No, I don't want to. This is not easy. McPhee and Kotsur are a lock. After that, either Hines and Dornan get in, but not both. Mike Feist from West Side Story has a shot. He did get nominated for the BAFTA. That is true. And then Cooper and Leto, God forbid, who can replace them? I think Cooper is actually kind of a lock here. And I think Leto gets replaced by either Jesse Plemons or Jamie Dornan. And I think Clarion Hines gets replaced by Jamie Dornan or Jesse Plemons as well. I don't think he did enough in that. Whereas Jamie Dornan like has a couple, like Jamie Dornan has like some moments in Belfast that I think people could look at and say, yeah, that's what a best supporting actor looks like. Whereas Clarendon Hines just wasn't really there. Like he had the same kind of presence as Judi Dench. Like they were just sort of, I don't know. It's probably shitty of me to say like they're just kind of like window dressing in a couple of scenes, but I don't really think he did enough to get the nomination. Joseph saying Hins over Dornan. I would love to see Feist, but Fast, I think you meant to see. Leto not getting in, says Eek. Let's go for McPhee, Kotsor, Plemons, Hines, and Fast. That's an interesting 5. I don't know about Feist though, or Fast, or however you pronounce his last name. He's listed number 14 here, and he's listed number 7 here. So maybe also his picture right there. You guys probably can't see it, but it's like real long hair and weird looking. How about Hines' big farewell? I guess so, yeah. Yeah. I don't get any Leto love. He's won for a better movie and performance before. I want Jason Isaacs to bump him. That would be kind of fun, but he is nowhere near the top 5 or even top 10 on these lists. So I think Mass is just going to be another one of those films where we look back in a few years and say, that probably should have gotten more love than it did. So yeah, I'll move on from this now, but I'll say my top 5 are going to be McPhee, Kotsur, Cooper, Dornan, and Plemons, but that's partially a protest vote because I cannot put Jared Leto in this top 5. That'll be one of the things you can look for when I'm live streaming the nominations live Tuesday morning. If Jared Leto gets nominated, I will have a sad day. All right, I guess we're moving on to Best Actress. The thing that I was a little, like a tiny micro famous for reacting to during the BAFTAs. For those of you who are not aware, someone clipped the Best Actress nomination thing for the BAFTAs. The 30-second clip of me basically just reading off the nominations, and all of the Gaga stands came for me because I said House of Gucci boo when they announced Lady Gaga's name, and then proceeded to like not be happy when Kristen Stewart was not nominated. So and that like 30-second clip video, I think the last time I saw it had like over 6,000 views on Twitter or something like that. One of the most successful things I've ever done on this channel. I can't even take that much credit for. Sad. All right, let's take a look at this top 5, and I will do my best to not insult Lady Gaga because I don't want the stands coming for me. They're probably not here anyway, so it's fine. And I don't insult her in any case. I just don't want House of Gucci to get nominated for anything. Okay, so Variety here very optimistically has Kristen Stewart in number 4, but we'll talk about that. We also have Nicole Kidman, Olivia Colman, Penelope Cruz, and Lady Gaga. I think there's a lot of problems with this top 5. Gold Derby has Olivia Colman, Nicole Kidman, Lady Gaga, Jessica Chastain, and Kristen Stewart. A lot of problems with this top 5 as well. What did the SAGs do? The SAGs have Jessica Chastain, Olivia Colman, Lady Gaga, Jennifer Hudson, and Nicole Kidman. So what do we do, first of all, with Jennifer Hudson? Who is Jennifer Hudson taking here? Whose spot is she taking in this? Actually, better off, let's take a look at the commonalities between these two like we've been doing. So Nicole Kidman, Olivia Colman, Lady Gaga, and Kristen Stewart. And then Penelope Cruz is only on this list. And Gaga, Nicole Kidman. And Jessica Chastain is in the top 5 here, whereas Jessica Chastain is in the top 7 here. The first thing that we need to address is the fact that Alana Haim will get nominated for Best Actress. So both of these lists we can, I mean, I don't want to say we throw them out, but Alana Haim definitely gets nominated at this point. I think with the positive Licorice Pizza buzz that she's getting, it's almost impossible to keep her off of this, especially when one of these spots right here for Variety is being taken up by Penelope Cruz, who like does have an Oscar pedigree behind her, no doubt. But I think as someone mentioned earlier, it's kind of like a the high tide raises all ships. I think Licorice Pizza doing really well in a lot of other categories will definitely help Alana Haim here. And a lot of people, I think, were surprised at how good she actually was. So I think she gets in the top 5 over someone like Penelope Cruz and over, sadly, Kristen Stewart. I know that Kristen Stewart is top 5 in both of these lists, but after the BAFTAs and after the SAG nominations, she's out of the top 5. It pains me to say it. I hate to say it, but she is out of the top 5. So, who gets in? Who actually gets in? I think Nicole Kidman and Olivia Colman and Lady Gaga are 3 locks. They're getting in. They're in all 3 of these lists. They're in the SAG one. So then it comes down to, what do we think about Jessica Chastain, Jennifer Hudson, and we already have our 4. So it's Nicole Kidman, Olivia Colman, Lady Gaga, Alana Haim, and then it comes down to, who do we think slots in the 5th? Is it going to be Jessica Chastain or is it going to be Jennifer Hudson? I know Emilia Jones was nominated for the BAFTA and that Coda is in the Best Ensemble at the SAG, but I don't think that does it. Renette Rensby? She's also nominated for the BAFTA, but once again, I don't think that affects anything. And I guess there's a shot that she could get nominated due to the people who are outside of SAG voting in the Oscar nomination pool. But would she get in over Jennifer Hudson? I don't think so. And would she get in over Jessica Chastain? I don't think so. So we're then saying Nicole Kidman, Olivia Colman, Lady Gaga, Alana Haim. Does Jessica Chastain get in over Jennifer Hudson? I think Jessica Chastain gets in over Jennifer Hudson. Although, yeah, you see, that's the thing, because the weird thing is they're both in the SAG ones, right? Jessica Chastain and Jennifer Hudson. If it was one or the other, then I would pick them for the 5th. Chastain and Haim replace Cruz and Stewart. So you don't think that Jennifer Hudson gets in? Gaga, the only one in all lists, but Haim has BAFTA. I don't think we should really be using the BAFTAs here too much, but this category, the shit has hit the fan. I'm not putting Leto in the nominations. No way. So yeah, I think for this, I'll just give my top 4 as being Kidman, Coleman, Gaga, and Haim, and then I'm gonna put Jennifer Hudson in the 5th spot because I think that Jessica Chastain's performance relied a bit too much on the gimmick of the person that she was portraying, whereas Jennifer Hudson, and I have not seen Respect, so I'm talking out of my ass now, but she does have that pedigree. She's in a film that is music based, which really works to her advantage. So I think that she has a better shot here than Chastain of getting in. So my 5 here will be Kidman, Coleman, Gaga, Haim, and Hudson. Let's see what other people are saying here. Chastain, Coleman, Gaga, Haim, and Kidman. This one is wide open. I agree. This is I don't know. Whoever wins the SAG award automatically becomes the front runner. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see on that one. But like of the 5 that I just listed, which one do I actually want to win? It will be Olivia Colman. Like I want Olivia Colman to win out of those 5. And Olivia Colman is in the SAG. I keep clicking on the wrong one, and she is up for the SAG. So we'll see based on what happens there. Chris saying the Academy loves that gimmick though. True, true. But I'm thinking, I'm kind of betting on that maybe they'll see past the gimmick in this case. I guess maybe it's more of a heart thing than a head thing. But I think Jennifer Hudson does have a better shot here, personally. There's a lot of crossover with BAFTA and Academy voting wise. Fair. But that doesn't really help us. Well, it's just because the way that the BAFTA votes are set up, right, with the two top like voted picks and then the critics pick, it makes the crossovers less substantial in my mind. But certainly, if someone wins the BAFTA who is also nominated for the Oscar, I think that puts them in a pretty good spot to win. Peter saying Coleman will win. Remember, McDormand won BAFTA last year and then Oscar. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I mean. Like, the winner of the BAFTA, I think, has a good shot of winning the Oscar. But I don't think we can look at the crossover between nominations for BAFTA and then figuring out who the nominations for actor are or actress are. It would be cool if Andrew Garfield performed a song live if he was nominated for Best Actor. Yeah, I'd be into that. Also, the first time I've seen you in the chat today, Filmagal, however you pronounce your name. So welcome. Good to see you. Looks like we're also dropping some viewers here, probably because this is taking so long. I apologize, everybody, but thank you so much for sticking around. I think Coleman is overrated. She was so dry on The Crown. I hope they shake it up and choose a non-previous winner. Would that disclude Lady Gaga in your mind? Because she is a previous winner for Best Original Song, but not for acting. So who's to say? But yeah, they could easily give it to someone else. Although out of the ones that I listed, like Kidman's got one, Coleman's got one, Gaga technically has one, Alana Haim hasn't, so that would be the one that to go with. And Jennifer Hudson also has one, so who knows? I'm going all in on Coleman for Best Actress. It's my lock for the win. Well, all right. So yeah, let's move on from this. Kidman, Coleman, Gaga, Haim, Hudson for me. We'll see on Tuesday how it all goes. Best Actor. This is another potential lock because I think Will Smith probably takes this. Let's compare the top five. So we got Will Smith for King Richard, Benedict Cumberbatch for Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom, Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth, and Javier Bardem for Being the Ricardos. Right off the bat, I don't think Javier Bardem's getting nominated. Looking at Gold Derby, we have Will Smith, Benedict Cumberbatch, Andrew Garfield, Denzel Washington, and Javier Bardem. The exact same top five in the exact same order. Let's take a look at what the SAGs say. Javier Bardem, Benedict Cumberbatch, Andrew Garfield, Will Smith, and Denzel Washington. So remember when I just said that Javier Bardem is not getting nominated? Maybe I take that back because this is ridiculous. It's exactly the same all the way around. All right. So let's say Javier Bardem does not get nominated. Who gets nominated over Javier Bardem? Because I do think that Will Smith, Benedict Cumberbatch, Andrew Garfield, and Denzel Washington are pretty much all locks at this point. I don't think DiCaprio gets nominated for this role. I don't think Dinklage gets nominated. I would really love to see Bradley Cooper nominated for Nightmare Alley, honestly, because I think he's pretty good in that. Cooper Hoffman for Licorice Pizza is an interesting thought experiment. Not even a thought experiment. I think that we're going to see Licorice Pizza do really well overall, and it wouldn't surprise me if Cooper Hoffman is the fifth over Javier Bardem. I also wouldn't be shocked if it was Mahershala Ali getting this fifth spot. I would also love it if Simon Rex took the fifth spot, but I don't see that happening at this point. We have Dr. David here saying 4 locks are Garfield, Cumberbatch, Washington, and Smith. I agree. And you think that it's DiCaprio getting in the fifth spot. I mean, he does have the name recognition. He does have the brand as being one of the best actors of his generation, but I don't know. It just doesn't strike me as a role or a performance that should get nominated. And I know that I'm thinking of the Oscars in an idealistic way when I say that, but it's just not there for me, you know? So my top 5 will be Smith, Cumberbatch, Garfield, and Washington. But I'm gonna throw Hoffman out there as a surprise spoiler because I think that the stock of Licorice Pizza is going through the roof right now, and I think a lot of people really want that film to do well. So I think Cooper Hoffman slots into number 5. I know that I'm going against like a fairly consistent top 5 all around here. I just don't think Javier Bardem gets it. I don't think he does. And for some reason, I'm just looking at Cooper Hoffman and I'm thinking, yeah, I think that's going to be the one. So yeah, Chris here saying, yeah, cannot dismiss Denzel. For sure not. B-Batch gives one of those all-time caliber performances. Benedict Cumberbatch, yeah, for sure. He did really well in Power of the Dog, and he will get nominated for it. Would love to see Cage, but that's not happening. Oh, absolutely. If you haven't seen Pig, see Pig. It's fucking great. Dinklage or Ali bumps Bardem. Other 4 are solid. Yeah, we're pretty aligned on that, Chris, although I think it's going to be Cooper Hoffman and not Mahershala. No Bardem, 4 locks. I already went through that. But Andrew was good, and he's everywhere with Spider-Man, etc. Perhaps he's campaigned enough to win. I think Andrew Garfield should win this. Like I don't think he will win, but I think he should win. For me, he had the best male performance of the year with Tick, Tick, Boom. He's just incredibly good in that film. But yeah, I think we don't really need to belabor the point anymore. Smith, Cumberbatch, Garfield, Washington, and I think Cooper Hoffman, but other people are saying DiCaprio or Dinklage. But it seems we're all fairly on board with the idea that Javier Bardem does not get the 5th one. So let's then move on to the next one, which I think we just have the two big ones left. Director and Best Picture. Let's take a look at Best Director. This one I think might actually be more up for grabs than perhaps we all realize. Where are you, Director? All right. So, Variete currently has Jane Campion, Denis Villeneuve, Kenneth Branagh, Paul Thomas Anderson, and Steven Spielberg, with Ryusuke Hamaguchi and Adam McKay on the outside looking in. They also have Guillermo del Toro in the 8th spot. And then looking at Gold Derby, we have Jane Campion, Denis Villeneuve, Paul Thomas Anderson, Kenneth Branagh, and Steven Spielberg. So I believe that is the same top 5. They now have Julia Ducournau for Titane as the number 7, Guillermo del Toro at number 8, and Ryusuke Yamaguchi for Drive My Car at number 6. And Hamaguchi's got almost 3,000 predict nomination. That's pretty high for someone outside the top 5. We got Chris right here saying Jane Campion book it for the win, probably. But I do think Denis Villeneuve should win. But as much as I hate to say it, I think this is a pretty solid top 5. The only one I'm a little iffy on, I want to say Kenneth Branagh, but he's probably getting nominated even though he shouldn't be. So we know that Jane Campion's getting in. We know that Denny's going to be there. We know that Paul Thomas Anderson's going to be there. The weakest one here is probably Steven Spielberg, and there is a shot that maybe he gets overtaken by Ryusuke Hamaguchi or potentially Julia Ducournau, although wouldn't that be the fucking shock of the day? Julia Ducournau gets nominated for Best Director over Steven Spielberg and even leapfrogging Adam McKay, Ryusuke Yamaguchi, or even Guillermo del Toro. That would be fucking wild. I don't think it happens, but that would be super cool. We also have the Directors Guild to look at here. They have PTA, they have Kenneth Branagh, they have Jane Campion, they have Steven Spielberg, and they have Denis Villeneuve. So they even have the exact same top 5. I still think Spielberg here is a little vulnerable. And I think there's a shot that Ryusuke Hamaguchi comes up and takes the 5th spot. And I would love to see Ducournau take the 5th spot as well. But I think Hamaguchi takes it before Ducournau in this instance. So for my top 5, personally, I'm going to say Campion, Villeneuve, Anderson, Branagh, and do I think that the Academy chooses Hamaguchi over Spielberg? They probably don't. I guess the thing when it comes with the Oscars is that when given the opportunity, they more than likely are going to take the more boring choice, especially when it's someone with such an established name like Spielberg. So I sadly must say that I think the top 5 is going to be this top 5, and Hamaguchi misses, and Ducournau misses, and Del Toro misses, and Cohen. You could make an argument for Cohen here, although maybe not. The best part about Tragedy and Macbeth are the aesthetics. And while I'm sure he had, I'm sure his vision like was a big part of why it looks the way it does. I don't know if that's enough. So let's see what people are saying here. I think Spielberg misses out and Hamaguchi gets in for Drive My Car, plus PTA, Campion, Villeneuve, and Brana. Campion, Villeneuve, PTA, Brana, and Hamaguchi. A lot of people thinking Hamaguchi over Spielberg. Dune, West Side Story, Power of the Dog, Licorice Pizza. That's only 4. They should just rename the award Jane Campion, No Way She Loses. Jane Campion, PTA, Del Toro, Brana, and Villeneuve. So you are also... you're putting Del Toro in the top 5. Interesting. I just put the movies. Yeah, I know what you're doing. The director noms could be 10 easily. Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of great cinematic visions put out this year. If we were to do a top 10, yeah. Campion, Villeneuve, Anderson. I would like my personal top 10 out of what's listed here. Campion, Villeneuve, Anderson. Get Braun out of here. Sure, keep Spielberg, whatever. Hamaguchi is 5, Doc Renault as 6, Del Toro as 7. I'd put Maggie Gyllenhaal in there. Fuck it, why not? That's 8. Pablo Larraín for Spencer, that's 9. And out of the ones I've seen, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Tick Tick Boom, 10. Bam, we're good. Yeah, there's some excellent directing in 2021, no doubt. Drive My Car is no Parasite, to be fair. That is true. And that's something we have to consider when thinking about Hamaguchi's potential here. He likely got the BAFTA nomination through the critics' pick, and Drive My Car has been virtually unseen in North America. It's probably available to people to see who are in the Academy for the nomination process, but like Parasite made like hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office when it had like its run up to the Oscars. So yeah, it's probably not. We probably can't think about it in the same way. Directors probably got more creative control in 21 movies due to COVID restrictions. I mean, to some degree, yeah. As soon as the budget expands, the director's control decreases, right? So like Celine Sciamma with Petite Mam. I'm sure she had like 1,000% complete control over Petite Mam. No doubt. Super small movie, super small budget. She can do whatever she wants on that. Cyan Heater for Coda. Like that film went into Sundance and got purchased by Apple. So she was basically making that on a smaller budget, probably had a lot of say in what was going on. Del Toro is probably the best example of someone who had a fairly sizable budget for Nightmare Alley. I think it was over 100 million. And it still is absolutely a Del Toro film. Same thing with Villeneuve. He had a $200 million budget, and it looks like a Denis Villeneuve film. So, yeah. And it looks like Ella's putting Lost Daughter for your 5th. So, Maggie Gyllenhaal. Right on. All right. So, my top 5 is this top 5. I think the Oscars are going to be boring. I don't think they're going to put Hamaguchi in here, but we'll have to see. Which then, dear viewers, dear cinephiles, those of you who have stuck around, those of you who have joined in the last few minutes, we were at 6 and now we're at 10. Who are these new people? I don't know. Get in the chat and let me know. We are talking about Best Picture of the Year. And this one almost seems like the easiest one to predict because we kind of know who the top 10 films are based on what films we've been talking about the most this entire time. I wouldn't actually be surprised if these top 10s were the same between both of these. And I'm not going to be looking at the Producers Guild Award for Best Director or for Best Film because like everyone votes on Best Picture. So I don't think the Producers Guild are worth looking at in that regard. So let's go through this and see if we can find out which one doesn't belong. We have Belfast, boo. West Side Story, Power of the Dog, West Side Story, Dune, Licorice Pizza, King Richard, Coda, Don't Look Up, Being the Ricardos, and Nightmare Alley. Over here, we have Power of the Dog, Belfast, boo, West Side Story, Dune, Licorice Pizza, King Richard, Coda, Don't Look Up, Tick Tick Boom, and Drive My Car. There's actually quite a bit of difference between these two, I think. So Belfast and Power of the Dog are 1 and 2. West Side Story is 3 for both. Dune is 4 for both. Licorice Pizza is 5 for both. King Richard is 6. Okay, never mind. These are exactly the same. Coda is 7. Don't Look Up is 8. So it's the last two then that are different. Tick Tick Boom and Being the Ricardos at 9. and Drive My Car and Nightmare Alley at 10. So, yeah, the first 8 that I mentioned probably getting in, although I could see Coda dropping off. Not getting Best Director, it might be getting a Best Screenplay, and it's definitely getting a Best Supporting Actor. I don't know if it's doing enough in the other categories to warrant a Best Picture nomination. So I could see Coda slipping off of here, especially with a film like Tick, Tick, Boom sitting outside of the top 10. Tick, Tick, Boom in the top 10 over Coda 100% anytime. Anytime. And it doesn't come down to an issue of like, has the movie been seen enough? I think that absolutely Tick, Tick, Boom has that advantage. So I'm actually going to take Coda out of here. I don't think Coda gets it. I think a lot of people have been saying it will, but I don't think it gets it. So 1 through 6, all of those seem very reasonable to me. Don't Look Up probably gets in. So that would be my 7th pick. Being the Ricardos probably does, but god damn it, I really don't want it to. But that's one where I think I'll have to swallow my pride and just say, yeah, Being the Ricardos probably gets in. So that'll be number 8. I think Tick, Tick, Boom ends up in here. So that's number 9. So then what is it? Does Nightmare Alley get in the top 10? Or does Drive My Car take that 10th spot? Or do we only have 9? Which is, of course, the case with Best Picture. There doesn't have to be 10 nominees. There could only be 9. So right now, I'm thinking Belfast, Power of the Dog, West Side Story, Dune, Licorice Pizza, King Richard, Don't Look Up, Being the Ricardos, Tick, Tick, Boom, and then a 10th film. Nightmare Alley would be great. And I see Dr. David saying, underestimate Coda at your peril. Oh, I'm feeling perilous. Yeah. You know what? I think that might actually be my prediction for this, is that we only have 9 features nominated for Best Picture. They won't do 10. Because I don't like, as much as we're saying like if there was 10 guaranteed slots, then maybe Drive My Car gets number 10, or maybe Nightmare Alley gets 10. On their own, though, considering how the voting for Best Picture works, I don't think either of them rises up enough. So I think, yeah, we're getting this year is 10 for sure. Believe they changed the rule. Oh, did they? Okay. Well, in that case, we will have to pick one then. Drive My Car won National Society LA and New York Critics Awards, which is pretty powerful for voters. Just was saying Coda is in. Guys, I just don't see Coda getting there. It really only has the performances. I don't think it does enough to get in for Best Picture. We're going back to 2010. Okay, my apologies then. So we do have 10 guaranteed slots. Then I think it's Drive My Car. I think our 10 then would be Belfast, Power of the Dog, West Side Story, Dune, Licorice Pizza, King Richard, Don't Look Up, Being the Ricardos, Tick, Tick, Boom, and Drive My Car. I feel not completely satisfied with that 10. I think there are a lot of other movies that should be getting into this top 10. I don't even think Belfast should be here at all. But I think I'm pretty confident with like 8 out of those 10. And I'm feeling pretty good about the other 2. I know I'm taking a little bit of a risk by not putting Coda in my 10, but I just don't think it gets there. Remember The Blind Side got a Best Picture nomination? Yeah, god damn it. David, you're so wise. All right, let's see what people are saying. Dune looks like it had a $1 billion budget. Yeah. And I think a lot of that is actually thanks in part to Marvel films, like looking the way they do while spending like $150 million every time. So when Dune is able to look the way it looks on a $200 billion budget, it just looks more impressive. And I think the same is also true of No Time to Die. Dune, best film. Let's see. David is saying Belfast, Coda, Dune, Drive My Car, Don't Look Up, Licorice Pizza, Power of the Dog, King Richard, Tick Tick Boom, West Side Story, and No House of Gucci. Goddamn right, No House of Gucci. Finally, Spielberg. Spielberg is a mortal lock for nom. Critics consider West Side Story one of his top directorial accomplishments since Saving Private Ryan, and he is our top American film industry director. Yeah, but the film flopped at the box office. I personally think that it's only Spielberg's best film since like Lincoln, I guess. Like I wouldn't put it anywhere even. I probably wouldn't even put it in like his top 8 films ever made. And I think that Spielberg is not, he doesn't hold the same amount of weight that he once did. Where is my cat? I feel like he's chewing or biting something. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Critics aren't voters. Very true. Isn't it almost mathematically impossible to have 10 noms? Based on how they're doing the rules this year, it sounds like we will have them. Power of the Dog, Doom, Belfast, West Side Story, Licorice Pizza, King Richard, Coda, Don't Look Up, Tick Tick Boom, Being the Ricardos. That sounds safe to me, although you're putting Coda in, whereas I'm putting in Drive My Car. The Power of the Dog, West Side Story, Dune, Don't Look Up, Licorice Pizza, Belfast, Coda, Nightmare. Okay, looks like everyone's putting Coda in, and I'm just going against the grain. I don't get the love for Don't Look Up. It's just so basic to me besides all the celeb cameos. But isn't that what media is these days? Just wait for the new Doctor Strange movie to come out. The cameos will literally melt the internet to the ground. This year was 10 for sure. Passing would be cool as number 10. I agree. I think Passing would actually be really good in the top 10, but I don't think it has any kind of shot. Saying Coda is in. No, there are 10 guaranteed slots. Heart Not Head. Oh, like my Heart Not Head top 10? Do you want that? All right, let me get through some of these comments and I'll give you that as well. Normally critics not being voters matters, but in this case, the voters clearly revere Spielberg more than critics. I cited critics to demonstrate breadth of opinion, not as an appeal to authority. Fair enough. Remember the blinds? Oh yeah. Directing deaf actors is getting Coda in. Whoa! Jesus Christ, Cat, what are you doing? Do you have an opinion that you would like to give us? Shit, he has never actually done this before. I didn't realize he wanted to get on the internet so badly. Fucking up my headrest. Everyone, this is Rocco. He's my cat. Who do you think's going to get in the top 10? What are you doing? Rocco, I don't trust you right now. Where are you going? Come here. Ugh. All right, are you jumping down here? Come on. Climb down. Sorry, everyone, for this interruption. The Cinematheque Film Awards are named after Rocco. We are going to be calling them the Roccos. So expect him to do that during the film awards named after him as well. He is a cute cat. He's a cute 17-pound black cat demon. All right. Let's go through some of these. Okay, I think we're pretty much done. Cat Run Part 3. Green Knight and the Last Duel getting left out of the party. Yeah, for sure. They got no shot. No shot. Okay, so that brings us to the end of talking about the nominations. He does want attention, and he is now getting attention. He's getting lots of good pats as he sits on my lap. So now that we're done that, I guess the only thing that remains that I promised all of you was my thoughts on Licorice Pizza. So does anyone else have anything they want to say about the nominations? Let me know. I'm just going to switch back over to the big camera because we don't need to be looking at internet screens anymore. But yeah. So Licorice Pizza. It's a tough film for me to come to a singular consensus on in my own brain, because there are a couple of different things competing in my brain when it comes to assessing it. And I put out a poll on the channel asking people about their opinions about it, about a specific thing about the film. And I also mentioned this in my Letterboxd review, and that is the age difference between the two main characters. Hoffman's character is 15. Alana Haim's character is 25. And there's a lot of stuff in this film that seems very cringy to me, slash borderline very inappropriate considering the age gap between the two characters. And if you want to watch Licorice Pizza without any spoilers, I suggest clicking away. I'll talk to you later. See you in the live stream Tuesday morning for the Oscar noms, because I do need to talk about a lot of spoilers to talk about Licorice Pizza properly. So that's your warning. Spoilers coming up. Here we go. There's a lot of instances in the film where the age gap is real weird. As an example, there is a shot in the film when Alana Haim and Hoffman are sitting next to each other. Hoffman, as the 15-year-old pursuing Alana Haim, pushes his legs into Haim's legs, and then she pushes back. This is an intimate moment, and it's one that does have certain, albeit low-key, sexual connotations to it. There is also the scene where Alana Haim is with, what's his name? You know, Sean Penn in the restaurant, and Hoffman is there with some friends as well, and she is clearly trying to make him jealous. And why a 25-year-old would need to make a 15-year-old jealous, I don't know. You could see that through the lens of their friendship, but to me, based on how the film progresses, one of the central components of their friendship as it exists is a kind of jealousy. Hoffman gets jealous every time he sees Alana Haim's character with another man, and then we similarly get the same thing when Alana sees Hoffman with another girl, specifically in the waterbed party scene a little bit later in the film. So while you could figure their relationship as strictly a friendship if you watched all of the film except for the last 5 minutes of it, I think there's enough there where we would, on the face of it, just call it an inappropriate relationship. And someone in Alana Haim's position, having a 15-year-old pursue her like that, it's your responsibility to say, absolutely not. I'm not entertaining this. You're a minor. I'm in my mid-20s. And so having that be the central focus of the film is off-putting. Then there's the very end of the film where they actually reconcile, they kiss, and Alana Haim tells Hoffman's character that she loves him. That is a 25-year-old woman telling a 15-year-old that she's in love with him as they hold hands just after they kiss. That is a big problem. Like that's illegal. Like it's you can't really say it in any other way. And I know there's a lot of people here that I need to that I need to address in the comments, but I just want to get all of this out in the open before we have a more open discussion about it in with the chat. That is exceedingly inappropriate. I just don't know another way to put it. And for the people who are kind of like on the fence or don't think it is inappropriate, I just invite you to look at those two roles and reverse the genders. Especially looking at those last 5 minutes. How would you feel about a 15-year-old girl pursuing a 25-year-old man, and then at the very end of the film, the 25-year-old man and the 15-year-old girl kiss, and then the 25-year-old man tells the 15-year-old girl that he loves her? You wouldn't like that very much. And there would be way more outrage than it currently gets, than the film is currently getting if that were the case. And then I'll just also throw this out here, and maybe this is something that we can also have a discussion about. For those of us who've seen the film, there is also the restaurateur and his two Japanese wives. And both of those sections are pretty racist. And while I understand on the face of it, you could just easily say in defense of those segments, well, that's just how people were in the 70s. People were racist in the 70s. And I understand that point. But why did that point need to exist or be made in the context of the narrative of this film, right? This film is about Hoffman and Himes' character, the will they or won't they, the going back and forth, the jealousy and the one-upping and the whatnot, and also they're working together as they try to form businesses together and things like this, and how those businesses affect their relationship, etc. So the need for there to be two scenes where a white guy is blatantly racist towards his Japanese wife, I don't understand the function of those scenes within the narrative of the film. And if you do have some opinions on that, I'd love to hear them. But I just don't know. I just don't know. Now, the complicating factor of all of this is that from a cinematic standpoint and like a film construction standpoint, Licorice Pizza is excellent. It's an excellent film. The way the relationships are developed, whether you agree with them or not, the way that the way that camera movement is eventually used in order to link the stories of both of the main characters is very, very well done. The performances from Hoffman and Haim and some of the supporting cast, all really top-notch stuff. Like watching Sean Penn drive a motorcycle over flaming chairs after Tom Waits like basically got drunk and told him to do it. Like that's fun, you know, that's good. That's just good old fun time stuff. But yeah, this is the impasse that I'm at. It's clearly a well-made, excellent film, but I can't get over the age gap, and I don't know why those overtly racist scenes are there. And so I am now going to look at the chat, and we can start interacting, talking about the film in that way, because I think now, I think I've said my piece on that. So, personally, the age difference, this is Cheyenne talking. Personally, the age difference is not okay in Licorice Pizza. I don't condone pedo overtones. Not okay, not okay. If the genders were swapped, would people be praising it? That is pretty much what I meant. What a ridiculous post. They looked roughly the same age to me. David, I think this is probably something that is brought up below it. And I see you guys maybe are going back and forth on this. Yeah, the looks don't mean anything in this case. It's the age difference. There is a difference in maturity between the two. One is 15, one is 25. Like it's 10 years, and the kid's a teenager. Looks mean nothing. He's 15. Sorry if some grown woman tries to come after my 15-year-old son. We're gonna fight. Dr. David saying it was the 1970s. It was a different time. People were free to do stuff without being canceled every 5 minutes. People are sexually attracted. Deal with it. I don't agree with this take. I honestly don't agree with this take. Like, if you were to go back to ancient Greek times, you can find examples of older men sleeping with young boys, right? That was a function of Greek society. I don't like the idea of just saying, well, that's how it was back then. That's just what they did. I don't think that excuses it. It's still inappropriate, right? So yeah, I don't agree with you here, Dave. And I see you say here, you also say, I slept with older women in my late teens. Well, you mean late teens? Do you mean like when you were 18 or 19? Because at that point, you're legally an adult. I have less of a problem with that. But a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old? No, absolutely not. We're talking basically about someone who's in grade 10 versus someone who is like post, like if Alana's character went to university, she's 4 years after graduating university going out with someone in grade 10. Like, I don't care if it's the 70s. No. There's age consent for reason. Is it still okay if the kid was 14, 13, 12? It means, it's wrong. I knew 13-year-old girls who were going out with 24-year-old guys. They like older guys at that age. And like, sure, you may have known those people, but that still doesn't make it okay. You know? I remember when I was in high school, the general consensus in the school was that if like a grade 12 person went out with a grade 9 person, that was kind of skeezy. that was something that was looked down on. And that, and in that case, we're talking about a 17-year-old dating a 13-year-old. That's my experience from where I was growing up. It's important to point out they don't actually have sex. No crime has been committed. I understand that. But it's very obvious by the end of the film that they are in a relationship. And Alana Haim specifically has said that she loves him, and that we hear Hoffman say repeatedly that Haim is the person that he's going to marry. So then we're kind of stuck with the aftermath of this narrative, which even if you go about it in what would you even call it? I guess the most charitable way that you would look at how it would then continue is that they wait 3 years for Hoffman to become a legal adult, or until he hits the age of consent, which is never a good way of trying to win an argument as to whether or not what you are participating in is grooming or pedophilia. I was perplexed by the Japanese thing as well as Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper, I think, was actually kind of entertaining. I think his performance is good. I don't really want him to be nominated for it. But he was kind of a fun thing that happened. But yeah, the Japanese racist thing, I don't really know what's going on. Peter's saying there's a lot of stuff that could be viewed as problematic, but I think that's the point. I think that's kind of an interesting take on this that we could perhaps explore a bit more. The fact that it's meant to be problematic. The only issue I have with that take is that even though it is, like, we may view it as being problematic, the film doesn't see it as being problematic. Like, Alana basically says, like, no, we can't date. You're 25 and I'm 15. Like, she says that in the first 5 minutes of the film and then doesn't really bring it up from that point. So yeah. Like, I think if there is a way to explore the film, like the idea that it is problematic and that it's the point, I think that's probably a good way to explore it more. But I'm still just like stuck on the fact that that ultimately is when the movie resolves, it's not a problem. They're just running away together and they're in love. So based on how the film presents it, it's fine, which I have an issue with. Well, Licorice Pizza is probably getting a lot of nominations. Oh yeah, of course it is. And I think when it does, we're probably going to be hearing this discourse a lot more. Like, okay, you remember a few years ago at the Oscars when First Man, I believe, the film about people going to the moon for the first time, when that got a bunch of nominations, and then all of a sudden on Fox News, people were talking about how there's like no American flags in the film and like the film's not very patriotic or whatever, and criticizing the woke mob. Can you imagine what happens when like Licorice Pizza is nominated for 5 to potentially like 8 or 9 awards, and then Fox News is like, hey, look at what the Hollywood elites did. They made a movie about pedophilia, and by the end, pedophilia is fine. Like, no matter what side of this debate you're on, that's going to be the conversation. I have no doubt about that. I feel like Fox News and the right-wing people are just waiting. They're just waiting to fucking go after this film, and they're waiting for the Oscar nominations to do it. Because they're certainly aware. They're certainly aware of this conversation because it has been kind of a thing. It's been brought up. It's been discussed on certain news services like Yahoo News. I've seen this discussed. I've seen it discussed in a few different places. It was a controversy on TikTok when it first came out. So I have a feeling that like right-wing media is waiting for the Oscar nominations to come out, and then they're going to try and just murder Licorice Pizza on this point. I would be stunned if they didn't. Like, these are the people who got mad about Mr. Potato Head dropping his like Mr. and just becoming Potato Head. They see a Hollywood film by Hollywood elites that has questionable, highly questionable, in my opinion, views on like the nature of relationships between teenagers and adults. Like, these are the Pizzagate people. They're going to go hard on this. So yeah, let's go back to the chat on this. Illegal to do what? Well, Licorice Pizza is probably, oh yeah, I already checked that. Instead of being a leveling nostalgia trip to the 70s, it subverts the many nostalgia trip movies and shows that leave out all of the crap from the period in time. I think that is a good point. I think that is a good point in the representation of the 70s, certainly. And this is like one of the things with licorice pizza. As I said, it's like a very well-made overall film, except for the things that I have a big problem with. So yeah, its depiction of the 70s is really interesting. I really liked how basically the parents are shown as being absent, which harkens back to this time that, or this time before helicopter parenting, and kids were basically allowed at the age of at a certain young age, in their teens, were basically allowed to have their own lives. They're taking plane rides to New York to perform on television, and they're basically in charge of themselves. And like Hoffman's character is just like always starting up a new business, starting out a new scheme, trying to make money, doing that grind, opening up a pinball arcade. Like that's interesting. I think that's an interesting way of showing how the 70s actually were. And it kind of goes along really well with other depictions. I know you're saying here in your point that instead of being a lovingly nostalgic trip to the 70s, it subverts the many nostalgia trip movies. I think it actually plays really well with Dazed and Confused, because it does a lot of the same things. Like I think it treats the 70s in a lot of the same ways, but it is lovingly nostalgic, right? But also, like, the parents are generally absent. The kids are allowed to do what they want. They're going around and they're drinking. Yeah, and just Joseph's point quickly here, I don't think anyone here is pro-pedophilia. Absolutely not. Very, very much against it. But yeah, I think it's, yeah. What's going to happen is that some right-wing person is going to find this live stream and me talking about Licorice Pizza, and they're somehow going to twist my words into me being like in support of the relationship of this film, which I am not. I am not. I don't know. I wouldn't go back and retroactively cancel Kubrick's Lolita. Oh, someone else said something about Lolita further up, and I think I missed it. Or maybe I didn't. In Lolita, the protagonist is a villain. He's a man who rapes a 12-year-old. I actually haven't seen Lolita, so I can't comment on it. So I'll leave that to you guys. John Peters got Me Too'd recently. Who's John Peters? Why do I know that name? Oh, he's an older gentleman. A white man in his 70s getting Me Too'd. Imagine. Let's see. Totally agree. One of the greatest novels in all of literature. We're getting into Nazi territory burning books. No one's burning books here. Not at all. Absolutely not. And I'm not retroactively going back and canceling Kubrick's Lolita. Absolutely not. I'm just saying that while watching Licorice Pizza, I didn't like how that relationship was represented. And it's over the line inappropriate, in my opinion. And that really plays into my overall impressions of the film. I recognize it as being a well-crafted film, an expertly executed film, but there are aspects of it that I just can't agree with. To me, it's like not that different from looking at something like Griffith's Birth of a Nation. Like, there's no doubt that film did a lot for filmmaking, and it showed aspects of filmmaking, cinematography, and editing that perhaps weren't done up to that point, or at least not done to that degree or on that epic of a scale. But that movie is so fucking racist. And both things can be true at the same time. My point is that I can't separate one from the other. So I'm not saying that like Licorice Pizza shouldn't exist. I'm just saying that I cannot get behind how that relationship was depicted and how that movie eventually ends. Why they whined about the French movie where young girls were dancers or whatever. I feel like Licorice Pizza is worse. I think you're referring there to that Netflix film. I forget the name of. Cuties? Was that the name of it? I didn't see it, so I can't comment on it. I kind of stayed away from it based on what people were saying about it. I think it's a difference between advocating such a relationship and depicting it as it actually happened in the 1970s. And see, Dr. Dave, I think that's probably where our opinions on this differ, because I think the film does, like, it at least doesn't do enough to say that that kind of relationship is wrong. Like, they're good at the end. Like, that's the happy ending. The happy ending is that the 25-year-old and the 15-year-old are in a relationship. That, while may not be outright advocating, it's also not saying this is bad. And maybe that's just a difference between our own film tastes, our own tastes in general. Maybe I need that little bit of moral integrity, maybe, or maybe not. Moral integrity is probably the wrong word to use there. But it's just like, maybe that's the difference. And that this is, people are seeing it as a story that exists, whereas I'm seeing it as an example of an inappropriate relationship that it doesn't, like, I want that little bit of moralizing out of the film to like question this, to question that kind of relationship. You remember when the Oscars gave Best Director award to a convicted child rapist? Yes. Do you remember when Venice gave him like the Silver Lion a couple of years ago? I think the year that they gave Joker the Golden Lion, they gave Roman Polanski's film the Silver Lion. That was a great year, and that was wrong too. Yeah. McConaughey was into underage girls in Dazed and Confused, not as blatant as Licorice Pizza, of course. Yeah, but you see, there's also a difference there. Matthew McConaughey's character in Dazed and Confused is shown as being a fool. He's ridiculed in that film for the fact that he like is still around. He's a burnout. And I don't think anyone really comes away from that being like, oh, I'm going to be like Matthew McConaughey. I think even after he says like his famous line, the thing I love about high school girls is that as I get older, they stay the same age. Someone actually says to him, like, you're going to go to jail. They outwardly acknowledge that what he does and what he's into is bad, is illegal. Right? So there is a difference there. Bradley Cooper played John Peters in Licorice Pizza. Oh, that's the connection. Thank you. Thank you for that. The characters called him out, though. They mentioned that he would end up in jail. Okay. Yeah, Cheyenne, you were like way ahead of me on that one. Licorice Pizza felt pretty sexless to me. It's more about infatuation. Alana is incredibly immature. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't disagree with that. Although, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's sexless, because I think there is a lot of innuendo and a lot, I mean, there's obviously a lot of flirting in it as well. And we sort of know what Hoffman's intentions are, like, almost from the get-go. There is that moment where I think Haim's character and another character are in the bathroom, and she's like, oh, so you're going to be the one who he wants to get hand jobs from, right? So we kind of know that Hoffman's character is out to get that sexy time, right? And once again, I think that as someone who is 25 years old, Alana's character should have done more to like smush that relationship. And that's kind of maybe also part of the frustrating thing here, is that the development of their friendship is pretty fascinating to watch, right? So the fact that the film felt it needed to have that romantic underpinning to the whole thing, and then eventually ending with them being together, when it could have just focused on them building a friendship, building a rapport, being business partners, and then eventually coming to terms with each other, like, but not being together, I think that could have been just as good of a film, right? So, yeah. And Joseph, I see what you're saying here. I try to separate art from the artist. I try to do the same thing as well when I think that is warranted. Rainier Werner Fassbinder is a good example of that. He was not always a good person. He especially, I believe, is kind of well known for terrorizing members of his cast. Hitchcock is a dick. He was a huge dick to a few of his actresses, and it kind of sucks. But they also, I mean, no, that doesn't kind of suck. It absolutely sucks that these guys were both acted in a somewhat predatory and a terrible way to the people who they were entrusted with working with on a film set. They also directed some of the best films ever made. So I think we do have to do a little bit of separating art from artist. There are examples of this, though, where I think we shouldn't do that. An example I've cited in the past, and this is a few years back when I first started this channel, but when Alain Delon was given a Lifetime Achievement Award at Cannes, I disagree with that strongly, because he has said some pretty blatantly homophobic things in his time. He has been arrested or charged with battery at one point, with abusing women. And I think even though we should still have Alain Delon films to watch, like La Piscine is still an important film to go back and watch, starring Alain Delon, I don't think we should be giving him lifetime achievement awards, right? So that's kind of where I draw, like, that's an example of where I draw a line in that respect. Would you say the same if you raped your daughter? Cheyenne, I'm not sure who you're addressing that to, if you're addressing it to me or to someone else. I don't have a daughter, but I don't have any children. I guess what we're talking about Polanski in this thing. I still like some Polanski films. I like some Woody Allen films. They seem to be aberrant people, but I want to watch Rosemary Baby or Manhattan. And yeah, this is something that I've seen come up in the local Toronto film scene a lot. Like there was a Rainier Werner Fassbinder retrospective at TIFF at one point recently. Also, they showed one of his films at the Royal, which is one of my favorite theaters to go to. And the screenings began with like a very brief, just like, hey, by the way, this guy sucked and he was really bad to people, but he also was doing important things when it came to the aesthetics and the foundation of like new German cinema as a movement. So we can't just boot his entire filmography out of the canon, but we can at least recognize the fact that he did bad stuff. And we can appreciate what he made without appreciating who he was. And I think we're also starting to see this a lot. Like, I believe when you watch Gone with the Wind on whatever streaming service it's on, there's something at the very start that is like, hey, this is a racist movie, by the way. And, you know, things were different back when it was made. And so we're seeing a lot more of that kind of stuff, too. I think that's also happening with Looney Tunes things as well. 15-year-olds can't consent. True. There's also no predatory behavior. It's consensual, but 15-year-olds can't consent. Yep. Alana is frustrated. She seems to be trapped and looking to escape. Maybe she sees Gary as her only way out of her repressive home temporarily. I don't know if I go along with that. Like, she does go out on dates with other people, and I don't think Gary is her only mode of escape. You know, you could say that Sean Penn was also something like that, but then when you actually get into that restaurant scene, it seems like she's just using Sean Penn in order to make Gary jealous. So I think that Alana being frustrated is not a good enough excuse once again. And like, I'll just bring it back to like using myself as an example. If I, at the age of 25, being 4 to 5 years removed from my university degree, being a 25-year-old in downtown Toronto right now, and I was like, oh, I'm so frustrated, I can't do well in the dating pool. And then I started seeing a 15-year-old, someone who once again is in grade 10, I would be arrested. Or at the very least, I would be accused of grooming. There would be a huge amount of social stigmatization around that. I mean, I would fully expect her dad to beat the shit out of me, you know? Like, it's just not okay. It's just not. Mel Gibson is another example. Apocalyptico is a masterpiece. Horrible person. He's also acted in a number of really good films. The sort of line I draw with him, and like, I think it's kind of different. Person to person. You sort of judge them how they are. When it comes to, say, Alain Delon versus Mel Gibson, who both did pretty horrendously bad stuff. Mel Gibson is... Actually, no, they're both still alive, so this is a bad example. All right, let's say W.D. Griffith, Mel Gibson. Both do real bad things. Real bad stuff. Yeah, so both those guys do real bad stuff. If I watch a W.D. Griffith film for the sake of, like, learning about film history, W.D. Griffith is not making money off of me. if I watch a Mel Gibson film, he's making money off of me because he's still alive. And because of certain things that I believe in terms of like some of the music I listen to and like various genres of music I've been involved in, I really believe that, you know, maybe in certain instances you can separate art from artists, but I also don't want to give money to people who I condemn, right? So I don't watch Mel Gibson films because he's making that money. I don't watch Woody Allen films because he's getting that money. I'm okay with Fassbinder because he's dead and he's not getting that money. Same with Hitchcock. It's a weird way to draw a line in the sand. I know that, but it's how I have decided to draw that line in the sand. And other people are going to disagree with that. Yeah, Peter's saying you would be castrated to my example. Yeah, exactly. I would be on a list. I think things like Irreversible and some horror films that show extreme violence towards women are way more problematic. We're getting into the People versus Larry Flynn territory. I think there are obvious differences here, though. Like Irreversible, for example, no one comes out of that movie and thinks to themselves, you know what? Violence against women is a good thing. That doesn't happen. The way that Irreversible is constructed and the way that a lot of horror films are constructed is that we understand that the violence is bad, is wrong because of, you know, the murder and the violence. Whereas what we're seeing in Licorice Pizza is never openly condemned and is in fact, in my opinion, celebrated at the end of the film. That's the problem. And I don't think we're getting into the People versus Larry Flynn territory here because I don't think Licorice Pizza should not exist. I'm not advocating for it to be quote unquote canceled. I'm not advocating for it to be thrown in the garbage bin. I think from the point of an actual conversation starter of talking about representation in cinema and how it can and cannot work, it's actually an excellent example. And for that reason, it needs to stick around. However, when it comes to my own personal thoughts on the film and whether or not I think it's good or bad, or would I watch it again, or my feelings on it, it becomes a complicated thing because I don't agree with the representation of the relationship. I don't agree with the racist scenes that are in there for apparently no reason. But it's also an expertly made film. So I kind of have to judge it on how I feel about it, on those merits. But I don't think we should throw it out the window. I don't think we should burn all the copies of it. I don't think we should cancel it out of existence. I don't think we should exclude it from the Oscars. But we do need to openly be able to say that, in our opinions, if we feel this way, that the relationship as it's depicted is very inappropriate. Can't consent. 15-year-olds can consent to being friends with someone. There is no sex in the movie. You're assuming they do after the film, but how do you know how they manage to have the relationship? And that, well, I mean, David, that's part of it. They don't have sex in the movie. But if then we assume that the relationship continues after the movie ends, then one of two things has to happen. They either wait until Hoffman's character is 18 and have sex, or they have sex immediately or within like a month or so or however long, and it's statutory rape. There's no real way of looking at the narrative post the film and saying, this is a healthy relationship. This is a good relationship, because it is. And I think the film does a fairly good job of actually obscuring this, but like the extent to which Haim's character's intentions are predatory are not really like she's not really shown as being a predator, even though she should have known better and she should not have pursued or tried to be or eventually end up in a relationship with a 15-year-old. So yeah. Everybody loves The Godfather. I mean, why hasn't that been canceled? Murderous monsters are lovable, and 15-year-old who makes friends with 25-year-old is worse. Where is your mind? David, they're not just friends. They're not just friends. And once again, I don't think anyone comes away from The Godfather saying to themselves, murder is good. And there are consequences in The Godfather, in the various Godfather films, for this illegal behavior. And I think maybe to extend on this point a bit, we value certain things differently in society. And I use like the royal we, like all of us. It's universally agreed upon that preying on children is a shitty thing to do. Gangsters killing gangsters is something that a lot of people just kind of like shrug their shoulders at because it's like, oh, it's bad people killing bad people. I understand that, like, from a moral aspect, murder is bad regardless of the context, unless maybe self-defense. Well, unless self-defense, certainly. But when it comes to pedophilia, when it comes to grooming, when it comes to age gaps and differences, it's just something that we don't accept. That is broadly looked down upon. So to say that, like, to compare The Godfather and Licorice Pizza in this way, I don't see the comparison. I just don't. Does it make it less worse that the 15-and-a-half-year-old is chasing the 25-year-old? I don't think so, because the 25-year-old encourages the relationship numerous times throughout the film. Like, it's not just Huffman's character pursuing her. Like, there are moments where Alana Haim's character is jealous, where she tries to make Huffman jealous, where they share intimate moments that are not just things that friends do, you know? So, yeah. Fair enough, you do you. Cool. No, but the rape in Irreversible is shown as if it's an art piece. It shouldn't be shown for people's pleasure. Women are appalled by it. It's basic respect to people. It's not art. Is shown as if it's an art piece. But then what? So what is the conclusion you're trying to draw here then? That because Gaspar Noé depicted, that's the thing. I don't really see Irreversible, the rape scene, being like shown as an art piece. It's like it's shown as being one of the most depraved and brutal things that you can do to someone. Once again, like, you don't walk away from that saying, "Oh, I'm going to go rape someone." It's totally fine. Like, the way that the film shows it in that long one shot, it's bad. It's a bad thing. It's a bad person doing a bad thing. Whereas at the end of Licorice Pizza, there's no consequences to it. It's just a 25-year-old dating a 15-year-old, and that's what it always comes back to. And it's shown as being a good thing. PTA loves toxic relationships. Phantom Thread. Yeah, you could totally put Licorice Pizza in that context, talking about the toxicity of a relationship. And if you want to have that broader discussion about it, sure, you could also look at The Master and the relationship between Philip Seymour Hoffman's character and Joaquin Phoenix's character and how they evolve over time. I'm sure there are other films that you could, in his filmography, you can make that argument for. And if that's the case, then we can have that discussion of Licorice Pizza in his broader filmography. Doesn't change my opinion that I just can't get behind this film because of the way that the relationship is shown and the ages of the people involved in the relationship. I'm not here for it. They don't have sex in the movie. Duh, that'd be statutory rape, considering Hoffman was 17 during the filming. Well, I mean, it would be simulated sex if they were to have sex in the film, so it wouldn't be statutory rape. But I mean, it would be statutory rape in the world of the film, absolutely. Alana's so erratic, I don't doubt she would give it up to Gary. She can be pretty testy. What's next? Are people going to ask for pedophilia games under the pretext that they are a shooter game? I don't know if that's true. Like, yeah, I don't think anyone really asked for this relationship to be shown. I'm sure if you were to ask PTA about it, he would have something to say about it. You know, this would be kind of the best conversation. I always say that, like, when it comes to film criticism and when it comes to actually judging films and talking about films, trying to sort of resurrect or unearth the intentions of the filmmaker is not always a useful endeavor. And it can honestly bog you down when it comes to actually thinking about where a film fits in society and all this other stuff. But yeah, I think this is an instance where it would be good to have PTA's thoughts on it, on the age difference. Atlantis. Oh yeah, it seems like a Harold and Maud thing. That was a pretty significant. Hey, all right, Kat, you're out of here. Clawing at my hands too much. Because I haven't seen Harold and Maude, so I can't really comment on it. But I do know that the kid is pretty young and Maude is like super old. I'm just not sure what the age gap is or like how the relationship is actually shown, so I can't speak to it, unfortunately. So yeah, I guess I can't speak to it. You feel the aggression in the filming of the rape in Irreversible. It's the implication of looking at it for pleasure. There's no critical distance. That is problematic, not judging what other. I mean, I don't know if we can look at the scene from Irreversible and say that it's specifically there for pleasure. I think it's more there for shock, although I think I have an idea of where you're coming from with that, David, like that specific idea in film theory where like fuck, what is it? You and I both know like what thing you're referring to when you say like the looking is pleasure, like the scopophilia film theory thing that I haven't read in a long time. But yeah, if anything, I would say that Irreversible probably is meant as a counterpoint to that. The idea that all looking is pleasure. The idea that what is the term? Very common used term in the case of like Rear Window, voyeurism. That voyeurism is like how film is, and that like all looking is pleasure. I would say that in the case of Irreversible, in that scene in particular, it acts as like a counterpoint. That is not meant to be pleasure. Like the pleasure of seeing, the pleasure of viewing, exits because of the brutality of that scene. The fact that it's a one take, the fact that the director doesn't allow you to look away. I feel like he is removing any instance of pleasure. I would say a similar thing about Angst as well, the German horror film, or yeah, the German like murder horror film from like the 80s. Lots of long takes from the POV of the killer, like choking someone to death for like 2 minutes. That to me doesn't really fall into the idea of cinephilic or scopophilic pleasure. I don't think there is pleasure in that kind of looking. It's specifically there to, in a lot of ways, harm the viewer, not give them pleasure. But I think I have an idea of like what aspect of film theory you're referring to there. I just think we're looking at it different ways. Art is subjective. That's what you feel. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that film is not. I'm not going to argue that art is not subjective. I'm just saying that in my opinion, the relationship as it's depicted, I can't get behind the film because of that, despite the quality of its filmmaking. People choose to do with their lives. That doesn't mean it's advocating such a relationship. And once again, I never said that it's advocating for it, but it also doesn't condemn it. That to me is an issue. You know, like no one outside of Alana ever says, don't date a 15-year-old. And then they end up together at the end. That to me is an issue. As for Rape and Irreversible, I think the depiction of women being defenseless and humiliated is very much a come on to potential groomers out there and sick people who get off on the sex slave trade, etc. Way more dangerous than Licorice Pizza. To call a film like Irreversible art is more dangerous. I mean, all film is art, so I guess it just comes down to, yeah. I think it's just safe to say that we kind of disagree on this point. I don't really know how much more we can get into the weeds on it. Peter here saying about Harold and Maude. Harold is 20 and Maude is about 80. Is it? a romantic or sexual relationship between the two, or is it sort of like, they're pals, like they're actually just friends? It's the same thing with what I'm saying with Irreversible and you're saying with Licorice Pizza. There's an elephant in the room that the filmmaker is not recognizing. From that point of view, I can, and it looks like you're going to be typing something else. To your point, like you say with Dazed and Confused, they recognize he could go to jail. That's the difference. I just thought there was no malice. The relationship was sweet. And I think the absence of malice does not excuse what's going on. Like, and I do honestly think that, especially in the restaurant scene where Alana is like purposely trying to make Hoffman's character jealous while she's with Sean Penn, that to me borders on like getting into like the predatory nature of that relationship. It seems like she is trying to make a 15-year-old jealous, and that goes to all the words just flew out of my head. But yeah, that I think is that to me is a somewhat, I mean, that to me is like a predatory thing that happens in the film. So I would attach perhaps a little bit of malice to that. They do it, spoiler alert. Oh, in Harold and Maude. Okay. So in that case, I'm honestly fine on spoilers for films that are like more than 2 or 3 months old. So don't worry about spoiler alerts for me. But yeah, Harold and Maude, a 20-year-old consenting to have sex with an 80-year-old, as long as the 80-year-old is in her like right mind and is not experiencing any kind of like dementia or mental deterioration and is able to consent, they're two adults. A 20-year-old and an 80-year-old, even though the age gap is way bigger, at 60, they're both adults who are legally able to consent. So I don't give a shit about that. But Hoffman's character in Licorice Pizza is 15, unable to consent, still a kid. And that to me is the issue. Now, one thing that we haven't talked about, which just came to mind in regards to this, is Hand of God, the Italian film that will most likely get nominated for an Academy Award for Best International Film. There is a film in that, or there is a scene in that where, and I don't know if we're ever told the age of the main character. He has sex with a much older woman, like someone in her 60s, 70s, in that range. And so if he is also 15, 16, then yeah, that's also fucked up. That's also weird. That's also predatory. Even in the case of the film, showing it as it being kind of like a way for the young boy to reach adulthood. It's a coming of age story, so whatever. I think once again, as soon as you swap the genders and it's like a 65-year-old man trying to bring like a 15-year-old girl into adulthood by having sex with her, it's fucking wrong. Like right there, very quickly, very easy. So I think it's a bit harder with Hand of God because we're never actually told the age of the kid. Like if he's 18 and he's able to consent and she consents, cool. I think it's weird. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not advocating for people to just go around having sex with 18-year-olds, but at least they're both legally adults, right? Licorice Pizza, we don't get that. And also, yes, David, good talk. I agree. It's a pretty long one, considering I think that's the longest we've ever talked about a single film on this channel. But yeah, I think it's a part of Licorice Pizza that makes it worth discussing. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, maybe I should have put out spoiler warnings for Hand of God. Yeah, I'm done talking about it. I'm not going to spoil it anymore. So if you feel like liberation is being able to have sex with teens, I have no words. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that, but I don't think you're talking to me either. Harold and Maude, another movie from the 70s, a liberated era. It looks like we are never going back to. Well, from the sounds of it, Harold is 20 in it, so not a teenager. Not really what we're discussing here. Will Moonfall be nominated for an Oscar in 2023? I don't know. It didn't get released in Canada, so it's hard to say. It's got visual effects galore, I'm sure, so maybe. Maybe. Imagine, like, that's the film that Patrick Wilson gets nominated for an Oscar for is Moonfall. I doubt it, but who knows? Who knows? Oh, by the way, Jackass is great. Anyone else watch Jackass over the weekend? That's a good movie. It was like going to hang out with old friends. I actually really did love that. I really did love it. If we're doing the Cinematheque Film Awards in 2023, you best believe I'm voting Jackass for Best Stunt Performance. Absolutely. Not this year, though. And I guess I'll use this as an opportunity just to let everyone know, if you're new here, if you're just joining us, there is a link in the description below for the Cinematheque Film Awards nomination ballot. Please, if you haven't already, fill it out. Let me know what you thought was the best film of 2021. A whole bunch of categories in there, including best performances, best stunt performance, best sci-fi movie, best fantasy film, best comic book movie. There's also the Archive of Excellence Award, which is basically this entire community picking what films, older films that we feel like need to be praised for all time. It has to be a film from 1990 or before, because I don't want, like, The Dark Knight to be in there for another few years, basically. Do I think Jackass will do well at the box office? I think it did do kind of well at the box office, didn't it? Let's check out Box Office Mojo. Yeah, it won. Jackass won the box office. It made, last weekend, it made $23 million on a $10 million budget. So it's doing real good. Oh man, Moonfall only made $10 million. Should have brought Canada in. Canada would have boosted that by at least $400,000. Be looking at 10.4 million right now. Moonfall. Doesn't seem like movies are where they used to be outside of No Way Home. I mean, January, February is always a down period for box office. Like these numbers shouldn't surprise us. And I think the fact that Jackass did as well as it did, I think we should be pretty happy about that. We also have a couple of, like, bigger films coming out next week, or I guess this coming week, with Death on the Nile and Marry Me and Blacklight, which I think is that, oh no, that's that Liam Neeson movie. Never mind, that's not going to do very well. But Death on the Nile will probably get people out because the cast is so huge. Marry Me is going to get the Jennifer Lawrence and the rom-com crowd for Valentine's Day out. So I think this coming weekend will probably be a good weekend for the box office. And then next weekend we're getting Uncharted. Then the weekend after that, we're getting Studio 666, that Foo Fighters horror movie, which looks so sick. Can't wait to see that. And then the weekend after that, we're getting Batman. So the box office is going to be picking up over the next couple of weeks for sure. Nothing illegal or inappropriate in Jackass Forever. I mean, it's just a bunch of consenting adults consenting to stuff, so I'm fine with it. And they do tell you at the beginning and at the end, these are professionals, don't do it at home. So there is that as well. So, I mean, if you want to watch the movie and tell me that, like, someone deciding to let a snake bite their face is inappropriate, you can if you want, but he decided to have a snake bite his face, so I'm cool with it. Yeah, it did win the weekend, Joseph. You are correct. All right, everybody. We've been live streaming for a classic 4-hour stream where I haven't even gone to the bathroom. I feel like some of you guys have come into this live streaming adventure with me, and you haven't even seen, like, the I'll be right back screen, because I just keep doing these marathon things without ever leaving the computer. But yeah, it's been 4 hours. I was planning on having dinner at some point, but I don't think I'll be doing that now. I ate before I came on here. Don't worry, I'm fine. And yes, Batman does look good. In fact, it looks great. Ooh, the Beatles Get Back concert is in IMAX this week. Really? That's cool. I'll have to check to see if that's going to be in one of my IMAX theaters. When you say the Get Back concert, is that like the one on the roof, or is there a different, better one? Because I heard the sound quality for the rooftop one is not great. But yeah, if there's nothing else we want to talk about, I'll sign off in a couple of minutes. Hit me with a couple of suggestions if you want me to talk about anything in particular. But yeah, I think this was all good fun. And I'll just remind everybody, once again, in the description box below, there's links to the Discord, link to the Twitter, link to the Letterboxd. You can check me out on there if you want to continue to have these kinds of conversations more often. I will be streaming on Tuesday for sure, but my streaming is probably becoming a little bit more intermittent. I'm going to be focusing on probably some other projects, but I am going to be sticking with streaming every Sunday and doing live reactions to all of the award shows that I possibly can. So make sure to get subscribed, hit notification bells. You've heard me say it before. Joseph, you are quite welcome. These are pretty fun for me as well, mostly because I just get to talk for like hours on end. And, you know, I don't really see people because of the pandemic. So this is as close as I get to social interactions sometimes. But yeah, I thank all of you for joining, for participating. You've all been great. You've all had great opinions, great thoughts. And it's going to be interesting to see how our Oscar nomination predictions pan out Tuesday morning. And I hope I can see all of you here again for that. Here's hoping we get some fun surprises next Tuesday with the noms. Oh, I'm sure we will. I would never watch Jackass Forever. Interesting you say he decided to let a snake bite him, but not let a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old have a relationship because the 15-year-old cannot consent. That's it. That's the thing. A 15-year-old cannot consent. A grown-ass man can consent to a snake biting him in the face. A grown-ass man can consent to someone throwing a baseball at their nuts. A grown-up can consent to being hit by a bull. A 15-year-old cannot consent, period. Awards season is in full swing, absolutely. And Tuesday will be epic, I agree. So with that said, I think we're all about finished here for the night. Thank you once again, everyone, for coming out and joining me. It's been a lot of fun. Once again, lots of good talks. Follow me on all this stuff. Subscribe to the channel. Notification bell. And I will see you Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Great stream. Thank you again, David. Thank you for your opinions and your thoughts. And same to everyone. Thank you all for being here. And I hope to see you again very, very soon. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday evening, and I will see you on Tuesday. Have a great week if I don't see you, and I'll be back again on Sunday if you're not here on Tuesday. Cheers, good night, hail Satan, and I will see you later.